Good day to you all. Lightgazer, Inky Black, Flippy, we're in call? Like in a Discord call? Call your call, Eden? In fact, wish I had that type of confidence in my own voice chat rooms to call them Eden. Alright. Let's do some story quests I've been putting off. Well, one of them I've really been putting off because hoping it is way more interesting than I think it will. Not Emily's. I'm looking forward to Emily's. Sigewinne's. Take a look around the court. Why didn't I think of that? They didn't want to, what? Talk? On a call? Coercing people into doing. So Flippy's
This shop looks popular today. Wonder what the occasion is.
They could end up being good. Sigewinne's character is...
Butterfly Dew Cosmetics now on sale. Huh, looks like it.
But maybe it will answer my questions and she won't seem so
Sigewinne's here too.
icky anymore.
Hey there, Sigewinne!
What are the chances?
Hello there, Traveler and Paimon. I hope you're keeping yourselves fit and healthy.
I do like that she's low-key
So
a
anyway, what are you
psychopath.
doing here, Sigewinne? The Duke insists I take regular vacations in the court of Fontaine.
I have to
This
learn
one
human
just so happened
emotions.
to coincide with a promotion for a new skincare product, so I came over to take a look. I like to keep up with the latest industry developments when I can, to help me with my magazine articles.
This is part of the problem.
You
The fact that
write? For a magazine? Which one?
you have a skincare routine
It's called Beautés
being
en Fleur,
something that's supposed to
and it's
be
run by the
nothing but
Fontaine
fur.
Beauty Association. I've done lots of articles about skincare for them, using the pen name Maritime Flower. Oh, wow! You're a Maritime Flower? If Paimon's not mistaken, you're one of the leading figures in the Fontaine Beauty Association!
That's... Well, okay. I was like, that's like calling your pen name Rose, but I'm sure somebody's done that before. When did you start reading beauty mags? Like, seriously, you're always around me. How would I not have noticed that?
What's so weird about that?
Well,
Everyone loves beauty!
Yeah, but you wear the same clothes all the time.
I really like this role. The staff at cosmetics shops are always so polite. And as long as I wear a big smile on my face, I always get the best customer service. Well, they sure don't want to make an enemy of the Maritime Flower.
Paimon's voice does sound weird, or is that just me? It's like the actors might have been a little, like, under the weather when they did these readings. How'd you become a leader in the Beauty Association?
Obviously, it's because of Sigewinne's love for beauty. Still, a leader of the Beauty Association? That's incredible. The truth is, I study this field because I cherish my own appearance. It has nothing to do with being beautiful or not. Oh, the words of a master beautician defy comprehension! Oh, wait, you're saying that natural beauty is the highest form of beauty, right? Not really. Actually, Milesian aesthetics are very different from human ones. We don't view humans based on their appearance. If I had to describe our approach, I'd say it's based on cuteness.
Isn't that appearance? Is that actually, are we actually seeing that?
Really? Yep. Still, I really value my current appearance, and in the process of taking care of it, I've ended up learning quite a lot about skincare and stuff. It turns out, my knowledge and experience is pretty popular with beauty product
It's okay.
lovers.
Nobody has to
It
like
came
my
as a
stream.
big surprise
I
to
like
me,
my
though.
stream, and that's all that
Oh,
matters.
Paimon gets it now. But speaking of
So
your
please like the stream.
appearance, How come you look human anyway? Are you like only half Melusine?
Finally! What do you mean no?
Ooh, wait,
This needs to
sorry,
be
sorry.
known.
That was probably really offensive, wasn't it?
Yeah, you know, I get asked what my parents are all the time. You know what? I fucking got over it.
I'm not mixed, though. I made a decision to turn myself into this form a very long time ago.
Oh, that's
If
interesting.
you're interested,
You can
I could
turn
tell you
yourself
the story.
into a partial human? I guess
A
yokais can
shape-shifting
do
story?
that.
Oh, heck yeah, of course we're interested.
I guess I'd be more surprised that more Melusines haven't tried that then.
once upon a time.
I did all the
Long
Archon
ago.
quests
Humans rejected Melusines,
on stream, I
and
think.
Melusines feared humans. There was one Melusine who became fascinated with human medicine, but no human wanted her help. And there was one girl who liked Melusines, so no humans would make friends with her. So the Melusine became the girl's friend, and the girl became the Melusine's patient. Your checkup's all done. You're still in perfect health. Thank you, Dr. Melusine.
Why is the
In this game of doctor
closed caption
and
way
patient,
behind?
a friendship was born. Then, one day, the girl fell ill. The Melusine was the only doctor to arrive on time, but the adults sent her away.
Scram! Melusines can't be trusted!
Really? With your daughter dying, you gonna go that way, bro?
Just because I'm not human, I can't save my best friend. In desperation,
I'd rather my
the
daughter die
Melusine
than let one of
approached
you
the frightening witch.
nonsense
She begged and
cute
begged
balls
until she got a
operate on
reply.
her.
If you take this potion, concocted of sin, you will gain a human face and grow human limbs. But then, you will lose everything that attracted this friend of yours to you in the first place. Can you accept that?
The Melusine did not hesitate for very long.
So she
On a rainy night, a little doctor knocked on the girl's door. The doctor wore a hood and raincoat,
wait, how much time
Maybe to
passed?
protect
She was
her
talking
from the
about
rain.
on time before.
but maybe also to hide a secret.
So the other doctors just never
The
came?
little doctor held the girl's hand and treated her illness, just as she had so many times before. Dawn came, and the little girl's condition improved. But the little doctor was long gone, for she knew her friend would never recognize her again.
Man, you just took that sorceress's word for
then,
it? Why didn't you
I've
try?
lived my life in human form. Most people who know me just think I was born this way.
Yeah, don't have really necessary
Oh.
questions?
A witch? A potion? Why does this sound like a fairy tale?
No, it's fine. I mean, there's so much Archon quests in Fontaine. I think they were they're like, what, 4 or 5 streams total? Just because there's so much.
Trust me, it's a true story.
Must be the way you told it then. It just sounds so...
You're an incredibly kind person, Sigewinne.
Yeah, not every Melusine would take human form to save their human friend. That must have been a huge decision.
All because that fucking
True patience
douchebag
is
was
a doctor's
specious.
duty. We must always find a way, even when the going gets tough.
Ugh. It's so crazy that they turned you away just because you were a Melusine. Especially when their daughter was so sick.
Well, sometimes appearance can be a real barrier. But that was a long time ago. I like how I look now anyway.
Hi, too. You're super cute this way.
Attention customers! Thank you all for waiting. Now, on behalf of our skincare partner, I'm delighted to announce that our exciting new product is now officially on sale.
They started clapping before she
There
even
we go.
finished the announcement.
Let's have a look, shall we? Oh, Paimon, if you want to buy any skincare products, I'll be happy to give you some suggestions.
Really? Personal advice right from a leader of the Fontaine Beauty Association? What an honor!
Allow me to introduce our newest skin lotion, Butterfly Dew. I'm sure many of you have already read about this product's trials in the newspapers. To say that it improves skin quality is an understatement. This product gets its name from the way it transforms your skin and makes it glow anew, like a butterfly emerging from its chrysalis and spreading its wings for the first time.
Sounds like a Facebook
We
ad.
are thrilled to have the inventor of this fantastic product with us here today. Please welcome
Who's not
Mr.
at all
Rawat,
evil.
a researcher from the Fontaine Research Institute. Now, without further ado, I'll hand over to Mr. Rawat to tell you all about what Butterfly Dew can do for you.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm Rawat, and I developed Butterfly Dew.
Wow, what a looker. He's a researcher? Wow, he's really challenging the stereotype.
Jelly.
It seems that everyone is surprised by my entrance. Or should I say, my appearance.
No, you can't
I'm well
acknowledge
aware
that.
researchers are generally better known for their brains than their dashing good looks.
Oh no.
In that regard, I do believe I break the mold somewhat.
Oh
Of
my
course,
god.
appearance is a skin-deep way of defining a person. And yet one's appearance can be a very real set of shackles, holding a person back in their life. It can rob a young person of
No,
their
he
self-confidence from
looks
applying for a job,
bland.
dissuade a young lady from approaching the one she loves. Our actions are at the mercy of our appearance, and we slowly become the very person that the outside world sees us as. But what if I told you that those shackles can be broken? If our appearance prevents us from changing, then let us first change our appearance itself. Wash away moles, birthmarks, and wrinkles, and they can no longer rob us of our confidence. Replace them with luster and radiance, and we shall never again hang our heads in shame. That is why Butterfly Dew exists. Its mission is to allow us to
You gotta
shed
point
our
at us like
pupae,
that.
undergo a complete metamorphosis, and embrace a new life.
Doesn't seem like a gesture that's gonna help sell skincare
After
products.
that speech, Paimon's already sold!
Yeah, I 100%ed that, the
Mr.
map of the
Rawat?
story.
Could I ask if you've used this product yourself?
Of course, I tried it many times while I was testing it. You can consider me a product ambassador.
Wow, then it's sure to work!
Still, I don't expect to convince you just by blowing my own trumpet. So, could I get a volunteer from the audience to try it out?
I was not overly thrilled with the summer event, but you'll see that when I finally release it. One reason it's taken so long to
Oh!
release some of
An
the older
honor.
videos.
It appears we have a giant of the Fontaine Beauty Association here with us. In that case, Miss Sigewinne, could we seek your most expert opinion on this product?
Sure.
That is what she's here for. When I was doing these videos and had like
Is that
no
Romaritime
time to stream or
flower?
whatever,
They
I'd
say
just be
she's
like
the
so
pickiest
tired. I would
user of
do it
skincare products in all of Fontaine.
and I would
Here you
record
go.
it, but I wouldn't do any voiceover work. So I had to like go back and then
Well, it's very
redo the
kind to
voiceover work,
skin,
which is a lot
and the
better to
absorption
do
rate is
after
high.
a longer amount of time has
Even
passed.
for
Like I just
Fontaine,
got done
this is a
redoing
first-rate
Nouvelette's story
product.
quest, and I'd like forgotten most of it.
Wow, now that's high
I remember like the
praise.
general framework, but
I'll take one. Any discounts?
All right.
But
Well,
that
all
happened with,
remains
like,
for me to say
5
is
videos.
Butterfly Dew is now on sale.
mostly character quests.
Think we should buy a bottle too?
Nah, you're cute enough already. Are you paying for it yourself?
Of course you bring up Mora. Fine, Paimon
Yeah,
will pay out
for
of her
you.
own pocket and even share it with you. There, does that sound fair? And if you're worried about whether it's the right product for you, well, luckily for us, Sigewinne's here, so we can get an expert consultation.
It was retro. I have not had great luck in Star Rail recently, and not had great luck in Genshin recently. I definitely lost my Emilie 50/50 to Chi-Chi, and I am not feeling fantastic about it.
It's an honor to receive such high praise from you.
Apparently
To be
she
honest,
keeps
I was also
money in her
hoping you might be able
boots.
to point out some flaws in the product so I can keep improving it.
With most skincare products, the pros and cons only become apparent with long-term use. Yet, this one has instant benefits, improving skin quality without any obvious side effects.
We'll see
It's
what
one
happens
of a
long
kind.
term.
Don't worry,
People's
though.
skin
I
starts
plan to
falling
keep
off
using
a
it,
week later,
and I'll publish regular reviews in Beautés en Fleur.
or increases
You can
the
read my
risk
thoughts
of
there.
cancer.
All you need to do is subscribe.
Oh, I was hoping for a more casual conversation, but you are a beauty association leader after all. I understand if you want to keep this professional.
Sigewinne! Oh, excuse
What, were you
us,
hitting on?
Miss
Want to
Beauty
hit on her or
Expert,
something?
But do you think this product is a good choice for me and her?
Wait, are you the renowned traveler?
I am.
That's right, and by her side, the equally famous Paimon.
I didn't ask you.
Well, I don't normally handle customer questions personally, but since it's the traveler asking, allow me to make an exception. Butterfly Dew is made for all skin types, so no matter who you are, you can rest
Don't
assured
ask.
that it will be kind to
Answer
your skin.
customer questions.
If
What
anything,
kind of
it might be
fucking customer
marginally more
service is
effective
that?
on Fontanian's skin, but other than that, it works the same on everyone.
Why would it work better on Fontanians?
Well, we know they're not exactly the same humans as
In the
everyone
interests
else.
of protecting my trade secrets,
Like,
I'm
we
afraid
know
I
this.
can't answer that, Miss Paimon.
This was established in the Archon quest.
Alright then. How about a friend discount?
They might have. Oh my god.
Save yourself the trouble. I'd be greatly honored to have
I'm
both
on.
of
We
you
have
use my
15
product.
million
Here,
Mora.
take 2 bottles for free.
Yay! Paimon's private fund survives!
So cynical. What's this? What's the catch? Is this a publicity stunt?
I can see why you might think that, but please don't misunderstand. This gift is simply a token of my esteem. There's no business motivation behind it. To me, finding new customers for Butterfly Dew is about meeting kindred spirits, fellow admirers of physical beauty. I consider it a labor of love.
Admirers of physical beauty? Eesh, that's embarrassing
Okay,
to say out loud.
I will say that
So shallow.
I really
It's
wasn't
nothing
looking
to be
forward to doing
ashamed of, Miss
Sigewinne's
Most people
story
claim
quest,
to
but
desire inner virtue, but it's still physical appearance that turns their heads.
actually taking what is the most obvious point of contention about her and making that the focus of the story was a really good idea. Because they don't necessarily do that with all the other characters. So like now I'm actually more interested in seeing where this goes because they're not trying to avoid that issue. It's like they're literally talking about beauty and appearance.
This is a fact of life. It's only natural for people to desire to become beautiful. And that's exactly what inspired me to choose this research direction in the first place.
You're right. Everyone loves beauty, don't they?
Look at the time. My apologies, but I have other things to attend to. I'll leave you with these 2 bottles of Butterfly Dew, and I look forward to seeing you again.
Paimon, I'd say there's no need for you and the Traveler to use this product for now.
Why? Is there a problem with it?
The quality is fine. I just think there's room for improvement. I think I could add some ingredients to the mix to make it more effective.
And here I thought I was
Really?
really hoping she'd
Then
just be like,
why didn't
your
we
skin
tell
is
Vermont
perfect as it
about
is.
Researchers are a very special breed of human. You can point out their flaws to their face and they won't mind very much. But if you tell them that someone else could do a better job, ooh, now that'll make them really upset.
Yeah,
If
I
I'd
can see
mentioned
that.
it, he probably wouldn't have given you those 2 bottles for free.
Fair enough, that makes sense.
If you're interested in the more effective version, I can write up a list of ingredients for you. Just come get me once you've gathered them.
When you say more effective, you mean it'll make Paimon even prettier? Ooh, how can we say no?
Well, if you really want
As
this,
for
I'll just
me,
open my
It's probably time I got back to the
RPG
Fortress
pocket of
American.
ingredients.
I mustn't leave the infirmary unattended for too long.
Alright, see you there then.
How about you enlist a nurse so that you don't have to be there 24 hours? Oh, they're gonna I gotta still get the ingredients. Rice Days was good. I probably
Just
liked...
up ahead, traveler. The ingredients for Sigewinne should be nearby.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna need a little bit of help for this one.
Time to get down to business.
Be my hired guns.
Need to hire a duelist?
Yes, in fact, that is exactly why I enlisted your help. Oh, no, I don't want... You know what? Fuck it. Go.
Propagate! Time to testify. Ready.
Okay. Oh, it was literally his body that we needed? Its body? Okay, fair. Yeah, I think I liked Farina's the most. What is this? Did I just never do this? Alright, hold on. How did I never do this? Okay.
A stroke of good luck. And a very welcome one.
Stroke of incompetence on my part. Hey, what's up, Tom? How's it going, dude? Oh, not you. You.
Great! That's everything! Let's head to the Fortress of Mirapede.
Oh shit! I don't remember, but I don't remember how to get around at all in this place. Yeah, shit. Yeah, Clorin's is super fun. I mean, she's powerful too, but like just her playstyle, it's like super intense. But is also like both like ranged and close quarters. Like I like her a lot as a unit.
Whoa, the infirmary is packed.
Fucking 3.5 people. Wow, so many people in the infirmary.
Please, you have to believe me. I saw it with my own eyes last night. Another me. He looked exactly like me.
Got it? Okay. I've written down everything you told me. Now, I have a few tests to run.
Make
Take
sure
a deep
you're
breath,
not out
and
of your
don't
mind.
Worry, it's nothing to be nervous about.
Really need to test for
First,
schizophrenia here.
Which finger am I holding up?
Your index finger, but I'm telling you, my mental state is fine. I'm not crazy.
Very good. Now, on to the
That's
next.
exactly what a crazy person would say.
Your Grace, it's been a while, huh?
Man, 3L. Time's just flown by. It's cool, though. 3L was both my most fun and successful year. Raid-wise. I don't know, just you get into a groove. Excited for Natlin.
Ah, Tutu.
Yes.
Indeed it has. I would offer you some tea, but I'm afraid the timing is unfortunate. Duty calls.
No worries. Actually, we were looking for Sigewinne. Do you, know what all of this is about?
I am one of those people that think the shading of the characters is ridiculous. And not just because it's like, what's the problem with representing the culture in which you are emulating? Not just that. It's that, take that out. Take it completely out. From a story perspective, you need to be internally consistent with your world's rules. What we've seen is that when you're out in an open area and it's really hot, like more southern, like desertish, you should have darker skin because that's how everybody in Sumeru's desert is. I didn't have a problem with how they did Sumeru because the rainforest, okay, well, that makes a little more sense that maybe they wouldn't be as dark because they have a lot of shade as opposed to the desert where you have no shade. Now, one thing about Natlan that I am super interested in, from the videos, it looks like they have all sorts of climates. They don't just have desert. They have like a rainforest, they have desert, but they also have snow. And if Natlan actually has those types of climates, and then they based the tribe's appearance based on where they're actually like, oh, if that Dendro guy is from the tribe in the fucking Himalayas or whatever they're gonna call their snowy part, which is not Shneznaya, and he was lighter, totally makes sense. Absolutely makes sense. That is consistent with the inner workings of the world. If they don't do it that way, then it's just bullshit and it's all about making money and their main target audience thinks the darker your skin are, the uglier you look. Which I don't necessarily think is... I'm not one of those people that will say, well, that's racism. It's not racism. Everybody has their own preferences in terms of physical beauty. We talk about in this story, since we're talking about surface level, shallow beauty. And I don't think that makes you racist. Problem is, some of the people that have come out against it have just outed themselves as actual racist, which it's like, should have just kept her mouth shut and I wouldn't have assumed anything poor about you other than you just have different preferences. But I do condemn any culture that's like pushes you to change your appearance to look more beautiful. Like any type of push like that that isn't for the sake of your health, maybe. It's trash and I don't respect it at all. And I don't respect the people that follow those, the blind following of that trend.
This inmate came running to the guards in a panic, claiming to have seen his exact doppelganger.
A doppelganger? Doesn't that just mean someone else kinda looks like him?
And that's what I thought when the report first reached my desk. But we've inspected our records. No one even vaguely resembles him. Considering how certain he is of what he saw, I can only surmise that he's having some mental issues. So
that would be very unfortunate for that person.
Alright, very good. Take a sip of water and rest for a bit.
Just imagine, like, being born
Evaluation complete.
An albino
I couldn't find any
in,
symptoms pointing
like,
to a physical
northern
condition.
South America.
I see.
That would be
So do you still believe there's more likely to be an
so
issue with his
unfortunate
mind than
for
his
your
body?
skin.
I have to assume so for now. Psychological issues are more difficult to detect. At this stage, we can at least confirm that he is in command of his cognitive faculties.
I've never
Rumor mill will
been,
go
but I've
crazy
always
before this
imagined
gets out.
that has to be very
Guards,
interesting.
take him to the ward for a period of observation. The Marechaussee Phantom has requested my cooperation on a case, otherwise I'd deal with this myself. Sorry for the trouble, head nurse, but I'll have to leave this to you.
No problem, Your Grace.
I'm waiting for
add to
his
my
rerun.
observation
I
list.
want to add him to my roster
By
because
the
he
way,
is
we have
awesome.
a couple of guests here who have made the trip just to see you.
His design is
I imagine it must be
sick.
important. You probably won't need to add them to your observation list, though.
Oh,
It's
Trevor,
like stupid
Emily,
in the
it's you.
best ways.
important, but...
I'll be in my office if you desperately need me. Goodbye for now.
Okay, bye-bye! So, Sigewinne...
Would you mind waiting for just a moment? I have another patient to see. Just find an empty bed and take a seat. I won't be long.
Oh, sure!
Sigewinne, we've brought him. And he seems to have taken a turn for the worse again.
Okay, don't panic. Let's start by sitting him down here.
Paimon had no idea how busy it can get for Sigewinne. Maybe now's not the time to ask for her help with skincare.
In the meantime, we could offer to help.
Good point. Besides, it might actually be interesting to observe her at work.
I just want the Primo Gem she'll give me as payment.
So I suggest you take a deep breath first.
Did his face melt? What happened to him?
It's anyone's guess. His face melted off shortly after arriving at the fortress. But since he's a serious offender, he can't be allowed out for medical treatment. Best we can do for now is ask the head nurse to give him something to manage the symptoms.
That's fucked up.
Oh, this is gonna be awkward.
His face burned
we still need to
off.
bring him to the Marechaussee Phantom for questioning. What if he scares them half to death? Will that be our fault?
Yes, it will.
The Marechaussee Phantom? Does this have something to do with the case Risley's dealing with?
Yep, it was a huge case. They bagged a few dozen crooks in one fell swoop. And this guy's the baddest apple of the bunch. He harmed countless people. And now, it looks like it's all finally catching up with him.
Oh, well, fuck him then.
Done gawking.
Not yet. I need to check the severity of your ulcers to decide the right dosage. Don't worry. We Melusines have a very different sense of aesthetics from humans. To me, he just looked like a little kitty with slightly scruffy fur, but
He is a
still
cooler
just
Gallagher.
cute.
Gallagher ended up being
Don't
way
patronize
cooler
me.
than I thought he would
Do
be.
I look like a kid to you? Just give me the meds and let me out of here. I already missed my cell.
Hey, lose the attitude. You dare
I'm not gonna
talk
lie,
back
that's
to our
pretty
head nurse
badass
like
for a dude that just
again?
had his
Your
face
days are
melted off.
numbered.
Trying to
Oh,
get back
it's
to my
fine.
cell.
Okay,
Give me my meds
I'm
and I
going to
can
apply
leave.
the
Like,
medication
Jesus
now.
Christ, dude.
Tell me if it hurts, all right?
Look how nice Sigewinne's being. And he still talks to her like that? What a nasty piece of work.
She doesn't care about his
Can I
actual
leave now?
feelings.
Wow, not a peep.
What a brave little guy.
Thank you, Sigewinne. And I apologize for the trouble.
So, Traveler, Paimon, did you bring the ingredients?
We did, but we don't want to interfere or anything. You're busy saving lives here.
Okay, let's not get ahead of
Don't be
ourselves.
silly.
Is
I
that
agreed
saving
to it,
lives or
didn't
just...
Just hand me the ingredients, and I'll make
Helping
some
him
time
not
to
have
whip
as
it
much
into the
pain.
improved version for you. Take a rest here if you want. Or, if you're not tired, I hear they're holding a new pancreation tournament in the administration area.
Or alternatively, is there anything we could help you with, Sigewinne?
Take it as a token of our gratitude.
That's right. Let us help you out. It's the least we could do.
Good point. Kind-hearted humans start to develop guilt if they accept free help from others. Don't worry. I'll take a look at my schedule. I'm sure I can find something to treat this condition.
We had a kid
I gotta warn you, though,
in elementary
it'll be
school
tiring
that was a
work.
victim of a
So I
really,
suggest you take
really
a break
bad fire.
first, then come back
I don't
and
know
see
what
me when you're
happened.
ready.
I don't remember what happened, if I ever knew. But he had it really bad. Like, everyone was... He was transferring into the school. So, like, everyone was told ahead of time about it so that people wouldn't be awful human beings. And, like... Well, not necessarily awful human beings, but, like, you're expecting it, so you won't react as harshly if you're expecting something versus it being unexpected. And... like, I found it hard to imagine the person because I'd never seen anything like that. When I saw him, I was like, oh yeah, you know, that really sucks. Like, that looks like that was so painful, blah, 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 blah. But even so, what we were not prepared for that got me was, he had lost like portions of his fingers. So there were some that were like, you know, like this. And I remember like I didn't like shriek or anything, but I felt bad because I had to have been very obvious in my like surprise when I like saw his hand for the first time. I felt so bad.
We're ready, CG.
I was like,
What's
I
your
know
first
he
mission?
saw that I
I
reacted
found the
that way.
perfect job for the traveler. First, I'd like you to lie down in this bed.
That is the perfect job for me.
What for?
It's probably a good thing that they, I don't know if it
Pretend
was
to be
like
sick.
purposeful that they transferred so that he'd have a chance at a
Is it that
fresh start or
difficult?
something like that,
I
but
thought you did
that was
a
probably a
pretty
good
good
decision
job
because
last
he ended up having a lot of friends.
Oh, so you knew.
He's a very,
I sure did.
he's a very
She was
charismatic
way more
guy.
interesting than the usual.
I don't know what
Marine
happened to him
inmates.
after like fourth
When
grade
you played
though.
along very well, Paimon. I observed you two for quite a while after that.
Well, this is awkward. But why do you need us to do it again now?
No time to explain. My next patient will be here any second. Oh, please, just do as I say. You can, pretend like you've got a nasty headache. And throw in some dry heaving for good measure.
Okay.
Okay.
Hey, Doc. It's me.
Luke!
I'm only here because my mom won't stop pestering me about it. So annoying.
I feel like there should have been a
Has
cut
enough on her plate with a busy
a
job.
lot earlier than
The
that.
last thing she needs is to worry about you being sick as well.
I know. I shouldn't treat the place like a playground.
Why are you
Should
even
go
here?
Swimming in the lower levels where we join up with the sea, because it'll give me a cold and distract her from her work.
Is he a
I thought
criminal
I'd be
too
able
with
to
his
have
mom,
some
or is he
fun
just
here at the
born here?
fortress for a few days, but it's always, don't do this and don't do that.
All right, sit yourself down and I'll take your temperature.
Oh, is he? Okay,
Your fever
maybe
still
it's
hasn't
like a
gone
visitation thing.
Well, here's
That's
your
still-
medicine. 1 cup for starters, and we'll see if it helps.
But Doc, it's so bitter. Do I really have to drink it? I mean, I'll be fine, right? I've got an uncle who caught a cold. His fever went away on its own after a couple days. Can't you just write me a note saying I'm on the mend? I just need something to keep my mom off my case.
I sure can. You're a very brave boy, after all.
Everything sounds so patronizing.
Brave? What makes you say that?
I mean,
Well,
he's
if
gonna
you
walk
want to rely
around.
on your own immune system to clear up your fever, well, then you'll have to tough it out like this young lady.
Hang in there, traveler. Are you gonna puke? Paimon can get you a paper bag.
Huh?
As long as you're tough enough to get through the nausea and dizziness caused by the high fever, you'll be right as rain after just a few days' rest.
How did she know this kid
And-
was coming in?
If I'm not tough enough?
The mother like message ahead?
Hey, wake up!
The fuck was that?
Put it this way, at least you'll never have to see the doctor again, right?
Oh my god.
I think maybe I'll take that medicine after all, if that's okay.
No, it's not.
Oh, of course.
And like,
Here, it's still warm.
I would love to see Jean-Luc Picard
It's so bitter.
interact with Sigewinne.
All done. Great job, you two.
That kid really doesn't know what's good for him.
His mother's a guard here. She's been working back-to-back shifts lately. But unfortunately, his father's away on a business trip right now. She had no choice but to bring her son here for the time being. He was quite
No
happy at
choice, huh?
first. He seemed to think that the Fortress of Meripede would be all fun and games.
45 minutes in the stream, and I get my firsts. Had no choice. I'm gonna keep it going. I got these cool wireless headsets now. I'm gonna go get me a drankety drink though. I'll just let it keep going.
So you made us put on that act just to scare a kid into taking his medicine? That's a pretty sneaky trick. Seems like there's a whole side to Sigewinne we never knew about.
It's a technique I learned from my teacher.
Oh, you had a teacher? Was she a Melusine doctor too?
She was human. She passed away a long time ago.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's fine. I really liked my teacher, so it's always nice when I get to talk about her with other people. She was a traveling doctor, and since she didn't have a clinic, she'd go out and visit her patients wherever they were. Dealing with the badly behaved ones was her specialty. She used to say, if you can scare the little brats into taking their medicine, you won't have to hear them wailing and screeching when their condition gets worse.
She sounds like a pretty strict teacher.
Strict? Well, that's not how my teacher saw it. She thought of herself as terrifying to kids.
Strange way for a doctor to describe themselves. Now Paimon's curious to know what she looked like.
A human?
Oh, as it happens, I actually have a picture of her.
Oh, because she like looks. Oh, okay. All right, that makes sense. She does look terrifying to kids. It's like her name's Agatha.
Oh, wow, yeah, okay, that'll terrify the kids.
Yep. All the children she treated thought she was a witch.
Why does it almost sound like you're envious of her?
Oh, because I am. If she was here, all the children would take their medicine without any need for tricks.
Yeah, right.
So
the free healthcare clinic
True,
with like one of the best doctors in the world. Oh my god. The humanity!
Oh, me, on the other hand,
oh, that would have been
hopeless.
so
Children aren't
funny if
afraid of
old
me
Meg's
at all.
picture popped
That's
up.
actually a good thing, you know?
Oh, my next patient should be arriving now. Would you mind lending me a hand again?
Sure thing! On to the next mission!
I love lying to people.
Is it nighttime already? That flew by. You really have
What
a
are you
busy
yawning
job,
for?
Sigewinne.
All we did was rest.
Well, thanks to you two, it was much easier today.
Aw.
Glad we could help.
Should we get some rest? It's getting pretty late.
Oh, there is one last thing. I have to keep it confidential, so I usually leave it till after everyone's clocked out.
Confidential? Are you sure you can tell us?
Well, it's fine. You're not living here anymore, so it's okay if you know. All it is I have to prepare some ingredients to make healthy meals with.
Wait, you mean those healthy meals?
The ones that magically appear on the third day?
My patients refuse to eat any healthy meals I prepare in front of them, so I have to prep the ingredients in secret, then let the chef at the Coupon cafeteria handle the rest.
A24K.
Considering
I
even
know
the chef's
all
version
that
makes
deception
people
can be
uneasy,
tiring
it
work.
really makes you wonder what's in it.
You want to find out? I can teach you how to make it. That way, if you ever suffer from exhaustion on your future travels, you can prepare a healthy meal for yourself. It's really good for you, you know.
Sure? Guess we can help out one more time.
I just saw a video about the what was his name? The Tullum Man?
The ingredients are ready.
This like guy that
Now,
lived like
put them
thousands
on
of
the
years ago, and
table
they found
add
like
them in the order I tell you. First, we add
really,
the special slime condensate. Stir it thoroughly.
his
then
body
pour
was
it
well
in.
preserved because it's in the special
It adds
swamp in
elasticity.
Sweden
It
or
looks just
Denmark
like
or some
tasty
shit.
jelly, doesn't it?
Oh god.
Yeah, it really does. Until you remember it's slime condensate.
Oh, don't you love slime condensate?
Next up, xenochromatic crystals. You want to crush them up into a fine powder, like powdered sugar.
Don't snort them though.
Wait, are those from Fontimer Aberrants? Are you sure they're edible?
Shut up,
Finally,
Paimon.
we'll
Let me
need
finish
some
my story.
high-protein meat. Frogs are an
and they were talking
excellent
about
choice.
like he was so well preserved that they were able to
And
tell
then you're left
the
with
last
some
meal
lovely,
he ate
tender meat.
was some like oatmeal mash with like
frogs.
flax seeds and like a bunch of other shit. It was like it was like what you would consider a
And
healthy
you're
meal in
done.
terms of like
All that's left
it's
now is
made
pack them into
to
lunchboxes
pack
and
you with
hand them to
energy for the rest of the day.
Yesterday in the production zone,
And they
I noticed an
replicated
inmate
it,
who's been working for 2
and
days
unsurprisingly,
straight.
they said it was absolutely
That means
disgusting.
it's a
So
healthy
that's what
meal
her
for
meal
him
is reminding me
tomorrow.
of.
Sigewinne really does have the inmates' best interests at heart.
His name is Wolseley? I honestly don't remember that. The world quest? No. I decided. Oh my god. What's up with all these chests I missed? I guess I never
reward on
tried
the road.
falling down onto the I decided to
nurse.
not
Got some
do
extras
footage
for
of
me?
any of the unvoiced
Just the one
world
today.
quests just because of
The
how
serial
long they were
number's on the
taking.
lid.
Sounds good. I'll make sure it gets delivered.
And that one, I feel like I made the right choice.
Sounds like they're talking in code.
I'd almost
for your
forgotten
help.
that the whole reason it started in the first place is because that young
it's
girl
no
was
trouble at
dying.
all. I only wish I could do more. You work so hard for all our sakes. I'd happily lose a little sleep if it meant helping you out.
That won't
But yeah, I
do.
did it, and it was
If you reduce your sleeping hours any further,
excruciating.
your health will start to suffer.
All right. Nurse's orders. I'll do as I'm told. But you take care of yourself too.
This world quest, though, actually really good. The whole the
Well, I'm done with work for today.
Odo,
Thanks for helping
whatever
out,
the
you two.
fuck that.
Seems like the
Word
guards and
is,
staff here have a lot of
that shit
respect
was
for you,
interesting.
Sigewinne. In just one day of helping you with your work,
Like that
It
seemed
feels
like it
like
could
you've
have
done a
been
lot
like
for the
an Archon
fortress.
quest.
Head nurse, please, wait. I'm sorry to disturb you this late at night, but I think you'll agree. This is urgent.
Okay, just relax and catch your breath. What's the matter?
The guard at the observation ward, Odilon, he told me to pass on a message to you. One of the inmates there, the guy suffering from possible hallucinations, well, he seems to have made a sudden recovery, and now he wants to apply for permission to leave the ward.
Huh? Already?
I was lying the whole time. Yeah, that's not.
You were right to tell me. I'll have to examine him and make sure he's well before we discharge him.
Looks like we've got one job as medical assistants left. We'll come with you.
I didn't ask for your help. At some point, with all that insistence, that's just gonna happen, right? Like, she's gonna be like, I didn't ask for your help. So, you know, bye. Probably because she can prescribe medication, it sounds like. So that... Unless she's just considered a doctor. But they just call her head nurse because...
Head nurse.
Gender?
You're finally here. I'm so sorry for all the trouble I've caused you, but I believe
They don't
I've
have
now
a
made
doctor,
full
as
recovery.
far as I know.
After giving it some thought, I'm sure that I was probably just seeing things. Stress-related, I imagine. I'd been working long hours, so I definitely wasn't in the best state of mind.
I totally understand. Still, I have to give you an examination before I can discharge you, okay? So, take a deep breath and don't be nervous. It'll be the exact same procedure as we did this morning. We can start whenever you're ready.
Again, so sorry. I was in such a state this morning, I barely recall anything. Would you mind taking me through it again?
Oh, not
Gee
at all.
willikers!
It's a lot to
Hey,
remember.
well, how's it going?
First up, we have a little cognitive test. Just concentrate and you'll be fine. To start with, which finger am I holding up?
She's flipping them
Your
off.
pinky.
All right, all indicators seem normal.
So it was a stress-induced hallucination after all?
Well, We've certainly had previous cases of mental illness caused by overwork, which is why I carefully observe everyone in the production zone. I wonder how I managed to miss the signs this time.
Please, head nurse, you shouldn't blame yourself. I'm just still adapting, that's all. Pushed myself too hard, and I guess I couldn't take it. Thanks for looking after me. I'll be as good as new after a good night's sleep. And if you can give me the okay, I know I'll sleep better back in my good old dorm.
It can be difficult to relax in an unfamiliar environment.
I don't like that Hootenanny
Alright
was
then.
just
You can leave
associated
a
with
word.
the Midwest.
I suggest you take 2 days off to focus
No,
on your recovery.
no
We'll
Hootenannies.
take you off the observation
Those
list
down
for now.
south.
So, you're officially discharged.
Great. I can't thank you enough, head nurse.
Mr. Odilon, could you escort him back?
Of course. I'm on guard duty in the administrative area tonight, so nothing will go
Like,
wrong.
not gonna lie,
You have my word.
Odilon's got, you know, the age that's starting to show on him, but he's better looking than that other dude that they're like, oh my
Guess you're finally
god!
done for the day now, huh?
I think I'm just gonna spontaneously orgasm!
But I still haven't gotten around to making that improved lotion for you yet.
Oh, no rush! Seriously, it's super late now. You should go
How
get
can
some
you even
rest,
tell?
too.
Can't tell what the passage of time is in
Tomorrow
here.
it is then. Good night, traveler. Good night, Paimon. Hope you sleep well.
God, I would not want to ever sleep here voluntarily.
Oh, don't you worry. We will. After a productive day of work, we're both gonna sleep like a log.
Good night, Sigewinne.
Yeah, sleep tight, Sigewinne. See you tomorrow.
This place doesn't look like it would smell like, quote unquote, unsanitary or anything like that, but it would look like it would constantly smell like rusted metal, rusted iron. Oh, I don't even have to, I can just stand here for, okay. And that would not be pleasant.
Paimon really did sleep like a log. Let's go find Sigewinne.
Oh, it took me to the, I see. What happened? Yeah, I would imagine there'd be at least a lot of black mold. Which is not a fun time.
Whoa, how is the infirmary even busier than yesterday?
Okay, that is mildly packed. You got like 3 extra people.
Good morning, traveler and Paimon. I have a few people here for a checkup, so you might need to wait for a while.
No problem. Anything we can do to help?
There's a bit of a complicated situation here. I'm still getting to the bottom of it myself.
You have to believe me. I'm telling the truth.
Gascon?
You're in a medical facility. Keep it down.
Please.
What? All the
listen
people
to
that
me.
are here are
I'm
literally
not
right in front of
Gascon.
me.
I'm Uwe.
You're a horrible liar, you know that? We get all your mugshots with the arrest warrants. It's clear as day that you're Gascon.
You mean because of the way I look? I don't know what happened. I just woke up like this. Then you guys dragged me in here for an interrogation.
I brought you here to figure out what's going on. If you truly are the victim of an injustice, yelling isn't going to achieve anything. At most, it'll delay your vindication.
All right. I get it.
This is nuts. Yesterday's interrogations went fine, and now this.
Maybe he broke the poor guy.
Your Grace, what's going on?
Remember the case I mentioned yesterday? The one brought to me by the Marachose Phantom? Well, we've been questioning the inmates involved this morning. Every single one of them is claiming mistaken identity.
Huh. That's even weirder than what that guy was saying yesterday.
I mean, her
The
design
thing
is over the top.
None of them have been able to provide any evidence whatsoever to support their claims. Questioning them further got us nowhere, so for now, we've brought them to the infirmary.
And we thought yesterday was as busy as it got for Sigewinne.
We've compiled their statements. Have a look. Perhaps there's something we missed.
I think it makes sense within the context of her character. Like, oh, okay, I can see why she's over the top like that. But I also agree that it doesn't really speak to me either. Who's this Putton? I'm Honore. Or Honor. I had applied to go out and see a doctor, but when I woke up, I was in another cell. Unbelievable. I'm not Gascon. I'm Hui. Today should have been the final day of my sentence, so I should have gone free. What gives? I'm Eric. Why does stuff like this always happen to me? What, do you switch identities often? No way my release papers are getting squared away today. My name is Odola. I'm a guard. I think I was attacked. This isn't me at all.
Wait.
Release? Interesting. The inmates they spoke of in their statements appear to all be due for release today.
I noticed that too. If that's their plan, they're underestimating us a little. Every serious offender claims that there's someone else who just so happens to be due for release today.
Really?
They're
All of
expecting us to
them?
go
Does
along with
everybody do that?
All the more reason to be cautious. Lumber's
One dude said he was a guard.
And make sure no one gets processed. We're gonna need an excuse, though. Just say we're out of forms, and that we're furiously printing more as we speak.
Furiously.
It's conceivable that our group of serious offenders somehow found a way to switch places with inmates who are about to be released, so they can walk out right under our noses.
We did consider that
Much
possibility.
appreciated. Thank you. Welcome.
But I mean, just look at them. They match the warrants, period. How could there have been a switch?
That dude's face is
Only
half
if
melted
they're dead
off.
ringers for the
He might have
inmates
an
due
argument.
for release, I suppose. I gave you that name list yesterday to assist in your investigation. Did that help?
Yes, the inmates' mugshots were attached to the list. The first thing I did was check for lookalikes, and I didn't find any. The only other thing that stands out to me is that their voices sound a little different today. But it's not exactly hard to put on a fake voice.
Oh, really? What does our head nurse make of all of this?
Give me a moment. I think I have a way to confirm whether there's been a switch. I know, it's not time to change your dressing yet, but please bear with me.
Huh? Isn't that the guy from yesterday?
Oh yeah, shouldn't his face have been melted off?
This should be Honore. He has very severe facial ulcers, which require an operation in the hospital at the Court of Fontaine. I authorized him to leave the fortress for medical treatment under guarded escort.
Yes, like I told you. I'm not Putton. I'm Honore.
So there has been a swap. Well, I can see what happened in Putton's case, but how do you explain the other inmates? You're not telling me their souls switched bodies, are you?
No, I believe it was their faces that got switched.
Look
The
at that
method
movie
is a
Face
bit
Off.
like replacing a tooth. Take the bad tooth out, put a false one in. And actually, I think I can prove it to you. Traveler, Paimon, do you remember Eric from the other day?
Yeah, sure do.
I mean, yesterday?
Then you can be my witnesses. To start with, please fetch the inmate who claims to be Eric.
He was the... Wasn't he the guy with the longer hair? Wait. In here? Henry.
So, you're Eric?
Yes, head nurse. It's
I...
me. You do believe me, right?
That was a 50-50
I need
guess,
to do
wasn't it?
another examination on you. Same procedure as yesterday.
All right. It's the cognition test first, right? So I need to concentrate.
Now, try to recall if you can. The last time we did this test, which
Oh, I think the
finger did
name
I
was
hold up?
listed. Maybe that's what I remembered.
I believe it was your index finger.
But that means.
Was it the same person? There's two Erics!
Huh?
So basically, last night the Eric who said he saw another him suddenly recovered and applied to leave the observation ward. Sigewinne did another test before letting him leave, but that time she held up her pinky finger.
This is good, like, investigation
I don't know
music.
about any test last night.
Be right at home in, like,
There was nothing to do in the
Danganronpa.
observation ward, so I went straight to bed. Then I somehow woke up in a high-security cell.
Well, in that case, there is a reasonable explanation for the strange events of the past 2 days.
So, what exactly happened?
The gang of serious offenders wanted to break out of prison, so they identified a group of scapegoats, namely inmates whose terms were almost up, and planned to switch appearances with them. Last night, when Odilon was
Just
on duty,
like that.
they ambushed him and had one of their groups switch appearances with him using their face-swapping method. That allowed them to avoid
You know, you
scrutiny
can't just
from the other
gloss
guards.
over the whole face-swapping
Then,
method, because
once
that's a
all the other
pretty big
inmates
part
were
of
asleep,
this.
Odilon spent his night shift carrying out the remainder of their switcheroo plan. However, they made one mistake. Henri changed his appearance to match Eric's earlier than he should have done, and ended up being spotted by the real Eric. Real Eric came to the guards for help, but we didn't know then what we know now, so we put it down to hallucination and sent him to the observation ward. However, since one of the gang members was posing as a guard, they simply changed real Eric's appearance and had their Eric take his place, muddying the waters even further.
Right, because I put Eric on the observation list by then, and no inmates on that list can be processed for departure until I've discharged them.
Hence why the imposters had to pull that little stunt to get fake Eric off the list.
Yeah, it all makes sense now. The Duke cracked the case.
Well, I
Except-
can't fault the reasoning. But I'm afraid that we ruled out the possibility of face switching very early on in this process.
Criminals altering their facial appearance to commit crimes is nothing new. In fact, one of the explicit duties of the Melusines in the Marechaussee Phantom is to identify criminals in disguise. We carefully examined all the suspects, and there is no evidence that any means of disguise were used in this case.
Huh. Well then, how do we explain all this?
So far, it seems more likely that the gang stole documentation belonging to the inmates due for release, and are using that to commit identity fraud.
That's literally ignoring everything Sigewinne just
can completely change someone's
told
appearance.
you.
If they use that, even a Melusine wouldn't be able to detect it.
A shape-shifting potion?
Like the one she took.
Forgive me, head nurse, but this is the first time I'm hearing about it. If such a potion truly existed, it would jeopardize our entire investigative process at the Marechaussee Phantom. Are you certain of this?
Yes, I am.
But
Please, trust me in my professional opinion as an experienced clinician.
And user.
At the same time, without any solid evidence, it's pure speculation. If we can round up all the inmates suspected of switching places, then have a little talk with both sides, we might just get our answer. Yep, let's do that.
okay. Well, it was our negligence that meant we had to come and conduct these post-internment interrogations. And I know it's put you out. We'll do it your way.
Your Grace, bad news. I paused the releases like you asked, but we were too late. A bunch of people already got processed 2 hours ago. I checked the list, and sure enough, it's all the people who gave statements.
2 hours ago? That's before today's interrogations began. They had this all planned out.
Yeah, isn't that what you
So
said?
there really was a switch after all. They really pulled the wool over our eyes on this one.
We should be able to catch up with them if we leave now, right?
Not if that potion is real. They can just switch faces again after leaving the fortress. And if the Marechaussee's
She said they were
Melusines can't even
negligent?
spot them,
I wouldn't say
we
so.
wouldn't know where to start searching.
Yikes!
Melusines are like
Complete dead end!
known for their extra sensory capabilities.
Well, technically there is one more lead we could follow up on. We were only able to arrest this gang thanks to the help of a researcher from the Fontaine Research Institute. I believe his name is Rawat.
Oh? Rawat? Isn't that the handsome guy we met at that skincare promotion?
Handsome? Maybe from a human point of view. I just remember that he specialized in potions.
That was so... I guess if, you know, you like ugly people, then yeah, sure. That read was fantastically condescending.
One of the crimes this gang is charged with is the manufacture and sale of illicit drugs. According to Mr. Rawat, they appear to have stolen technology he developed through his research and used it in their operation. At first, he thought it was a typical case of intellectual property infringement, and he tried to negotiate with them. But once he discovered their criminal operation, he reported them to the authorities.
That's funny. They didn't know how to... They actually did the smart thing. I don't think they were fully sure on what... They knew it was intellectual property, but they didn't know what type of intellectual property. So they just said intellectual property, which was the right thing to do there if you're not entirely sure. Because, I mean, it's not a wrong statement. It's just a very broad statement. Because what would this be? It's his recipe. But they call it a technology. If it were a technology at some point, it would be a patent? But how is it tech? I guess I would have to see.
Thanks to his report, we were able to swoop in and arrest them all in one go.
What a hero! Bet that took courage on his part.
No doubt.
Otherwise, that can all
This is
fall
worth
under
following
trade
up on.
secrets, which is
As the one who snitched
the exact
on them,
phrase
it's highly
he
likely that
mentioned
Rawat will
earlier.
be targeted by the escapees. That aside, since he's negotiated with them in person before, there's a chance he'll have some additional information for us.
Understood, Your Grace. My team and I will head to the Fontaine Research Institute right away. In the meantime, please keep an eye on the face switch victims for us.
Of course.
Miss Morgan, I'd like to come along and help you catch these criminals.
Huh? Why's that?
I'm bored!
Well, I'm the one who discharged the fake Eric last night, so I feel partly responsible.
Don't say that, head nurse. Your focus was on the inmates' health, and rightly so. We can't ask you to help with arresting criminals. That's our duty.
I also have a more personal reason. Cotton is a patient of mine, and if I don't get a new batch of medicine to him in time, his condition will get much worse.
Look, head nurse, I completely understand where you're coming from. But arresting criminals is dangerous business. And if anything happened to you, none of us can afford
She
to
has a
take on
vision.
that
She's more
responsibility.
powerful than you are.
Don't worry, I can defend myself just fine.
You say that, but still.
If I may, Miss Morgan, Sigewinne is the one who raised the potion hypothesis, and I'm sure she has far more expertise on the topic than your team. My suggestion would be to bring her with you.
And by
if you
suggestion,
really are
I
worried for her
mean
safety,
order.
then
Emma and I are coming along anyway.
there you go, right on cue.
We're gonna do it anyways.
I can
Fuck
count on
y'all.
you.
Okay. Well, since this plan.
I don't know.
has
You said
Duke's
the stories
blessing,
were good, so hopefully I won't
far
rant.
be it from me to refuse. We should head off immediately. Time is of the essence.
I don't like ranting. I mean, ranting is fun, but I don't like it. Alright, where the fuck am I going?
Greetings. Sorry to impose, but I'm afraid we're here on urgent business. And we're gonna need you to cooperate.
Is that how you approach somebody?
Marsh is a phantom. Let me guess, you're investigating some more illegal research?
Not this time,
Fucking
no.
illegal research again.
We're looking for a researcher. Do you know where we might find Mr. Rawat?
Rawat. Oh yeah, Mr. Handsome, right? He actually doesn't work on site here very often. There's a handful of researchers in the nearby area who know him pretty well, though. You can see what they know.
Just a handful? Paimon figured he'd be the most popular guy around.
Well, you don't understand
Well, I guess you
humans
could say
very
he's
well.
Popular, at least on a superficial level. He's blessed with good looks, so he tends to make a good first impression on people. But in all his time here at the Fontaine Research Institute, I don't think he's ever had a single deep conversation about his research with his peers. That's no way to make real friends around here.
Been stalking the dude? How do you... Like, he said that pretty
so weird.
confidently.
He definitely didn't come across
I know every
like a
conversation he's
recluse
ever
at
had.
that promotion.
Oh, I don't find that weird at all. He definitely didn't strike me as the kind of guy who's good at making friends.
No, he's fucking
Really?
awkward.
Paimon couldn't tell. Must be a Melusine perception thing.
Okay.
It's a my
we should talk
perception
with his
isn't a
acquaintances.
one
But
thing.
we also need to check the Research Institute for any clues. Let's split up. It'll save us some time.
Sure thing. We'll go ask around among the other researchers with Sigewinne. Paimon's suddenly kind of curious to know what everyone really thinks of him. Sorry to bother you, sir, but are you Bertram?
Who's asking?
Shh, okay,
Just some
tough guy,
concerned
relax.
citizens helping out the Marechaussee Phantom with an investigation. We'd like to ask you about Rawat's whereabouts, if that's okay. We're told the two of you are pretty close.
Not anymore, we're not. Turns out we don't see eye to eye.
Oh yeah? What happened?
The thing about us researchers is, most of us do what we do for some sort of higher purpose. But not Rawat. All he cared about was how to commercialize his findings. He won't even let you work with him unless you sign a confidentiality agreement first. Also, he has better control over who gets which intellectual property rights. How are you supposed to get any meaningful research done working with a guy like that? Now that I've got my own technical solution for my compressor, I don't need to work with
Sounds
him
like he's a
anymore.
very prudent guy to
So
me.
that's what Rawat is really like.
We'd still like to know where to find him. Is
just
that
saying.
something you can help us with?
Wait, you're... Yeah, I know you. You're the head nurse at the Fortress of Meripede. Alright, then I'm happy to help you if I can. I respect the work you do. Medicine serves the highest purpose of all the sciences.
Wow, turns out Sigewinne's got some real clout.
What
Thing
doctors
is,
have you
I
ever
no
met,
real
Paimon,
way
where
of
people
knowing
are
where
like,
he might
oh
be.
yeah, you're that
I
fucking
stopped working
doctor.
with him 2
Fuck
months
you and your
ago,
work.
and I've barely seen him since.
You're a mad doctor.
But if you want my advice, I'd say go talk to the peddlers. There's a few he meets with every other day or so. Maybe they know where he's at.
Peddlers?
Yeah, back when I was working with him, I noticed he met with them quite often. Wouldn't surprise me if they were involved in some shady business together, because it seemed like they went out of their way to avoid discussing anything in my presence. The little I overheard was about manufacturing and selling pharmaceutical drugs. Like I said, he's all about the money.
Drugs? Doesn't he work with
You know,
skincare
he could
products?
also want
those kind
to
of drugs-
sell drugs that help people's lives.
Who knows?
And
I
also
never
want
cared
to
to
make
find
money.
out.
There's
He's the
nothing
morgue rubber,
wrong
not
with
me.
that.
Thank you. You've given us plenty to work with.
It's just a matter to what extent he needs to make me
Goodbye.
feel he
And
needs
may
to
we
make
both
money.
reach new heights in our
Then
scientific
that'll determine
endeavors.
whether he's greed incarnate. $3 million Mora? Was that in his story quest, or was that like super early on?
Excuse us, are you Audrey?
That's me. What is it?
Well, hello,
Are you close
Audrey.
friends with Rawat? We're trying to find out where he is.
Close friends? You mean because I told him I had feelings for him once? I doubt I'm the first or last at the Institute to make that mistake. Why would you single me out as a
Yeah, my bad,
close
Audrey.
friend? I should have known, really. Men like him, they just enjoy being surrounded by fawning women.
The
They're not
early
interested
Archon
in a
quest, and
serious
that makes sense. That's why I wouldn't remember.
Okay.
Jesus.
We were just kind of wondering if you might know where we can find him.
Why would I know where he's?
Oh, it was for
I
the
barely know him, and he probably doesn't even remember me.
the right
This is
the
getting
right of
annoying.
party.
Shall we go ask someone else?
They already stopped listening to her.
I think she knows Rawat better than she cares to admit. If we leave now, it might be a wasted opportunity.
Maybe, but we're not going to get much out of her while she's in this state, are we?
She's displaying symptoms common among people in love, if that's what you mean. But I know a cure.
Alcohol.
It's curable?
Oh, we're still no closer to finding Mr. Rawat. Oh, by this point, he could be in grave danger.
She's way too good at manipulating people.
Danger? Wait, why are you looking for him again?
Oh, that's right, yeah! The Marashose Phantom said that he's been targeted by some pretty bad people. We need to make sure he's safe.
What? How has this happened? He seemed fine when I last saw him, and that was only a couple of days ago. Just happened to run into him, of course.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, I see. I see. Well, do you have any thoughts on where he might be right now?
Okay, but this is purely out of concern for his safety. If he's not at the Institute, he might be at his mother's place. I heard she raised him alone, that they had it pretty tough financially, and these days she's housebound due to illness.
Oh,
He makes regular
man.
trips back home to check on her.
This money grubber that might be trying to get all this money to save his ill mother. What a fucking
No,
greedy
sorry.
person.
I only found out the thing about his mother because it came up in conversation once. I was just trying to find out more about him, you know, so I could get to know him better. When I told him I had a crush on him, I offered to help him take care of his mother. And yeah, maybe that was a stupid idea, but did he really have to yell at me for it? It's like, fine, I can take no for an answer, but what's with the temper tantrum?
Yeah, that is kind of weird.
Unbelievable. These guys only want to show you their charming, well-groomed exterior. They can't stand it when a few home truths shine through.
Looks like her love syndrome is flaring up again.
Oh, we don't give a shit, though. We got what we
Find
needed.
out Mr. Rawat's mother's address. Let's check with the Marashose officers when we regroup.
Cool, sounds like a plan.
Yoink. I should just have jumped over.
Hey there, are you in Teep?
What do you want?
We're here to ask about
Well, I don't want that
Any idea
attitude,
what
I
he
can
might
tell you
be?
that.
We were told you were pretty close with him.
Close? Not sure that's the word I'd use. He wouldn't even let me use his patent.
Okay.
Huh?
That's more specific.
It's been a good few days since I last saw him. I don't know where he's at. Go ask someone else.
He wouldn't even let me use his patent.
Patent in question question happened to be related to the
that
new
he,
skincare
you know,
product he
patented
developed?
so that he can take advantage of the bastard.
Yeah, kinda. Butterfly dew, or whatever he calls it. I heard he made a tidy sum off of that one.
Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Keep going.
Most of the other researchers here focus on mechanics, energy, stuff like that. I get why he wouldn't be interested in having anything to do with them. But I'm studying coatings. There's a huge overlap in our areas of research. Why would he refuse to work with me? I bought his product once, and noticed it contains a unique substance that might have applications in coatings, too. If it worked out, I could probably make as much as he's making. Don't get me wrong, I had no intention of plagiarizing his work. I was hoping to get official permission to use his findings in my own research. Followed the proper procedure. It was all above board. I would have had to pay him a license fee and everything. But despite that, he turned me down not once, not twice, but 3 times. It's like he's vehemently opposed to the idea of anyone else making the kind of money he does.
Huh, so is Rawat antisocial, or is this guy just jealous?
Maybe both of the above.
Well, it doesn't look like we're gonna get any info about Rawat's whereabouts from him. Let's go!
Wait, 1 second. Mr. Antibes, next time you go shopping, you should buy some Buell fruits. Peel the skin, steep in water, then drink. It'll help calm your mood.
Huh? Yeah. Thanks.
Well, that's all 3 researchers. Let's head back to the meetup point.
See, they keep referring to technology, so it's like, I'm curious what this technology is. Because if it's just a recipe, you can't patent a recipe. You can't copyright a recipe.
Was a handsome researcher with a
Like, I was looking into design patents.
It's such a surprise
and how
to
that
learn that
might
his peers have a
work.
different impression of him.
But again, I don't.
So, what's your view of him now, Paimon?
Of course, this is Teyvat, so their laws are.
Turned him into a profit chaser with a chip on his shoulder?
Maybe their patent laws fucking
So
ridiculous.
your
I don't know.
thoughts about his appearance haven't changed at all.
Well, his looks are kind of a big deal. At least in Paimon's opinion. How does such a handsome guy end up being so antisocial? Even with his difficult family background, it just doesn't make any sense.
You can't judge a person solely based on their appearance.
Head nurse. Traveler. I assume you've spoken
Like,
with the researchers.
Pharmaceuticals, when it comes to like
What did
making a
you find out?
medication, that has its own like special protection. But that's not really how he's marketing it, I would argue.
Merchants. Do you know if
It's
he's
a vanity
registered any
thing more so
pharmaceutical
than a
brands?
health product.
Since he was a whistleblower on such a huge case, I ran a background check on him. I don't remember there being any brands under his name.
How strange. If he was so focused on commercializing his research and averse to sharing his technology with others, why wouldn't he have registered his own brands? Maybe he and his business partners needed to avoid public scrutiny?
You think he may have colluded with the gang? Well, the crime was manufacture and sale of drugs, and that would certainly be in his wheelhouse. We can't rule it out.
Isn't that pretty unlikely, though? He was the one who blew the whistle on them!
Most children who come to me with tooth decay have suffered pain for a long time already, but they'll still try to hide the fact that they eat too many sweets. Grown-ups and children aren't so different in that regard.
If you say so.
I saw him when he came to make his report, and I certainly didn't get the feeling that he was the type to collude with criminals. Perhaps it's more likely that they were coercing him. You mentioned that he comes from a poor family. So, it's possible that the criminals approached him, asking for academic support, luring him in with the promise of riches. By the time he discovered who they really were, he was in too deep. They had leverage on him, so he was forced to keep working for them. I've seen it happen many times before.
That does make a lot of sense. It would definitely explain why he was so unwilling to cooperate with his fellow researchers. No No wonder he's so unsociable. He must be on edge all the time with a gang of crooks breathing down his neck.
In that case, the situation could be worse than we thought. If Verwat was working with the escaped inmates, they're sure to know more about his whereabouts than us. Oh, there's a good chance they'll get to him before we do.
Based on the information we've gathered so far, he was last seen 2 days ago. If no one's seen him since, maybe we're too late.
2 days ago? So he went missing right after that product promotion.
That was the same day he reported the criminals, too. Not a good sign.
No.
Don't worry, everyone.
I wouldn't say so.
I believe we still have a chance. Since he disappeared right after blowing the whistle, it's likely that he's gone into hiding.
Yeah, he must have been worried that they'd come for him.
All the more reason to find him as soon as possible. The only lead we have at the moment is his mother's house, which you mentioned earlier. Seath, think you can find the place?
Yep. When you register a brand, the Court of Fontaine requires you to provide a legal address. The one Rawat wrote down was in the outskirts of the city. That should be the place.
Okay, then there's no time to lose.
It's like if you register a business, like you have to have a registered registered agent address. That's what Sigewinne used to look like. That's what she is. Where she took her look like a human potion.
All right, this should be the house. I'm pretty sure this was the address.
There's only like 3 houses around here.
Okay.
If it's not the one, we can try the other one. And I already know it's not the one down below, because that was associated with another quest.
Sounds like whoever's inside has restricted mobility. Oh, it seems serious. What's the fastest way to get this door open?
Break the door down?
No, I'll handle it. Let the expert deal with
Oh,
it.
it's a different one of her.
There'll be a mountain of paperwork if we damage a
They're the
citizen's
most adorable
property.
fucking things in history. I love them. They can only skip. They can't run or walk. They can only skip.
Calm down. Deep breaths. Remember your training. Control your strength.
Hi, Elray.
And it's open.
Sigewinne becoming human.
Seath, take a few people and lie in wait. Keep your eyes peeled for any activity around the house. The Traveler, head nurse, and I will go inside.
My Kazuha build isn't anything special. It's pretty, what I would call standard. I know, wait. Xiphos and 4-piece iridescent. It's all elemental. I don't even have them at level 90, which I should. Because that's the weird thing about elemental mastery. It really matters like what your level is, because it'll go up based on that. So, I mean, I guess I have a little higher energy recharge than some people because I didn't want to use a Favonius weapon. But the Moonlight gives me a little more too. So, because when I would use Kazuha, I would never have his burst up when I needed it. Like, it was always slow. So, I pushed to get one of these and then I could go back to 3 elementals. Pieces instead of having to use the sands as an energy recharge. But other than that, I mean, I don't know why I'd bother with that crit rate. That's not where his damage comes from. I don't know how they're supposed to fight. It would be very interesting. I mean, Sigewinne has a gigantic needle.
Anyone home?
And a vision, so there's that.
Oh, there. On the bed, there's an old lady.
But,
That's
like,
gotta be Robot's
they're
mother, right?
primarily
She doesn't look like
detectives
she's in
as
any
opposed
state
to
to be answering our
soldiers.
questions, though.
Because they have extra sensory abilities that humans don't have. So they're great for investigations.
We could try, but she is very ill. We mustn't force it.
Looks dead.
Well, doesn't look like Rawat's here. She's the only one we can talk to.
Yep. Allow me.
Yeah, no problem.
Hello, ma'am. Might I ask if you're Rawat's mother? We're trying to locate him. Hard of hearing, perhaps. Does anyone have a picture of Rawat?
Yeah, and not like
one
Robert Downey Jr. Sherlock, who was also an amazing
I'd like
boxer.
to show you a photo, ma'am. Is this your son? Do you
The
know
video
where
I just saw, where he kept doing the same thing over and over again. In that boxing fight.
Looks like this
Oh,
isn't gonna work
that was
after
really
all.
funny. Like kept doing the
Well,
concussion
looks like we're out of
thing.
leads. If Rawat's not here, things are looking very bad for him.
Why would he hide here
He
and
could
like
have
this would be the
avoided
most obvious
returning here
place?
because he knew he'd be in danger?
But then he leaves his mother to the dogs.
But if so, where do we look next?
Unless they're like, well, she's so
Maybe we should
fucking
take
old,
another
there's
look at the
nothing we can really
Institute.
do about that anyway.
I suggest we all return there now. We found a good amount of useful information the first time, but perhaps there's something we missed. This is our last hope.
Sorry, officer, but could I stay here for a while? This patient requires some care.
Of course. Traveler, stay with the head nurse. You're technically here as her assistant after all.
Sure.
Also, I'd like some Marechaussee members to stay as well, and keep an eye on the area.
Why's that?
If Rawat knows how serious his mother's condition is, he will return.
Got it. Okay. I'll tell the squad members in hiding to stay put and keep a lookout.
Thanks for helping me out yet again, Traveler and Paimon.
No problem. But when you say her condition is serious, do you mean...
Yes. She's barely clinging on to life.
Oh.
Yeah, no shit. Look at her.
Let me take care of a few things first. Could you pass me the towel over there?
Yeah, of course.
I'm not gonna lie, I think I've read 2 of the stories, but that is it. Like, I should just like get the collection and just plow through it someday.
I can tell that her family has tried a lot of different treatment methods, including some very expensive medicines. Unfortunately, her condition is so multifaceted that a recovery looks all but impossible.
Sigewinne. Paimon bets being a nurse must be pretty tough at times like this.
Yes, it makes me a little sad. In Emelizine's eyes, a human's birth, aging, sickness, and death are as much a part of natural law as sunrise and sunset. But human medicine can defy that law to some extent. In that sense, it is a science of miracles. That is why I became fascinated with it in the first place. But it was only after I truly became a doctor that I realized
Okay,
miracles
doctor.
don't
Then why do they
always
call you
happen.
nurse?
Even the greatest doctors cannot cure all diseases.
Sigewinne.
Well, don't worry about me, Paimon. A doctor's duty is not to cure all diseases, but to treat whatever ailments they can. At the very least, I can lower her fever. That way she'll suffer less. And she might even be able to see her son.
Here, take two
Yeah.
acetaminophen.
All the more reason
There you
to
go.
find Rawat as
Fever
soon
lowered.
as possible, even if we don't catch those crooks.
How has she been able to eat or drink water?
Oh, her fever is getting worse. Could I get some hot water?
Sure, we're on the case.
Seems like she hasn't moved in days. Probably shat on herself. Oh, nosy, who cares? Doctorate in nursing.
Found
There
the
we
hot
go.
water? Sure did. And look what else we found.
I became a
Judging by
doctor
this
in
journal,
nursing.
It seems like Rawat has a private lab. There's a good chance he could be there right now. We gotta go tell Officer Morgan right away.
Oh, that's great news. But hold on just a moment. The wet towel is ready. I'm giving you another injection.
Of what?
Are you feeling better now?
Antibiotics?
It's
Morphine?
all right. We'll go bring him back. Please hang in there.
Thank you.
Dr. Esquire. I'm a doctor of law.
It's Officer Morgan! They're already here!
We came as soon as we heard the news. I can't believe we were so careless. The most crucial information of all was hiding right there, in that room. And we missed it.
Maybe you should stop
yourself.
thinking you know
Right
everything.
now, we need to focus on finding a way in.
You have a really bad disease of that.
There's a mechanical door over here. Hopefully the
Seen it
instructions
1,000
in Rawat's
times.
journal will
Must
help
be
us
the
open
exact
it.
same thing. We already ruled that out.
It's open. Let's go in.
Ah, hey, me too. It's not an insignificant achievement.
Per your wishes.
Alright, it's gonna be us three.
How did they get in here? Captain, up ahead! Those look like our fugitives!
That's Odilon, isn't
So
it?
they found this place too? Don't let any of them escape!
Another test.
Germinate!
Shoot on sight.
Don't be nervous. Just relax.
This is ridiculous.
Loading.
Captain, according to our list, many of the fugitives aren't accounted for. There may be others hiding deeper inside the facility.
Ah, so these guys were just the lookout crew.
The Marachose Phantom! How did they find this place?
Wait, it's that guard from the fortress.
No, it's not. It's his lookalike.
That's right, I'm on your side. I mean, the Duke sent me. What's the matter? Some sort of mix-up?
Mr. Odilon, didn't I tell you a few days ago that you need to stop all field work until you've recovered?
Ah, well, you know, gotta help His Grace out. Share the load.
Officer Morgan, this man is an imposter. The real Mr. Odilon has no recent health issues.
She already knew that. We talked about it.
But
She was there.
Looks like the head nurse was right about the face-swapping method. Arrest them all! DuPont, stay here and keep guard. And watch the exit. If we're not back soon, call for reinforcements.
Got it.
I don't mind if I do.
So many jars. Was this some sort of production facility?
This scent, it's probably the ingredients used to make butterfly dew.
I wonder who their Miranda equivalent is.
How come they're all empty? Did it sell so well that he ran out of supplies?
Yeah, I'm sure that's why. And why it's smashed.
How strange. Why would Rawat choose to manufacture a popular product like that in such a difficult-to-reach location? Given our suspicion that he may have been coerced into the illegal drug trade, I would have thought that any production facility we find here would be used for illicit purposes.
Perhaps butterfly dew is itself an illegal drug.
You're just selling it
Do you
openly?
have any evidence for that claim?
No, just a guess. We need to find Rawat as soon as possible. He has all the answers we need.
Understood. Well, let's not linger here. Let's go. Come on.
Yes, our faces were swapped. Else interesting? Doesn't look like it.
Doesn't look like we're gonna get this door open. Let's find another way around. This one's closed too. What's with those carts and tracks? Oh, maybe it's one of those doors that opens when it senses cargo passing through. There's a loaded cart right over there. Let's bring it to the door and give it a try.
Yeah, what if that didn't work either? It's just, you're fucked.
Ready. them then.
Let's blow bubbles!
Propagate! Into the shadows.
Embrace the green. Embrace it.
This room's much smaller than the others.
Judging by the implements on the table, this looks like a potion-making lab.
Head nurse, over here.
Let's see. Huh? Robot's clothes. Why would he change here?
Red getter pilled.
Perhaps they stripped him down, left the clothes behind, and disposed of him somewhere else?
Yikes, Sigewinne, where did that come from?
Yeah, I know, right? Disposed.
What a tragic way to go. Especially with such a bright future ahead of him.
There's a path leading further on, Officer Morgan. Let's keep up the pace.
Took his food source. This is fucking gigantic.
Shh, there's a whole bunch of people in there.
That was unusually cartoonish.
Are you serious? You're telling us that within a day, our faces are going to rot like yours?
Fontanian physiology changed dramatically after that great flood, and it's not as compatible with this face-changing solution as before. The side effects are as you can see.
Why didn't you say anything before we all used it?
Look, my plan got you all out of prison, didn't it? You'd have much bigger problems to worry about right now if the Marechaussee Phantom found out about your other crimes. Consider an ugly mug getting off lightly.
You're just lucky we didn't leave you in there after you disappeared on us with no warning. We only let it slide because we're former partners. And now you have the gall to pull a stunt like this?
Partners? Make no mistake, each of us is only looking out for himself. If you place too much trust in others, well, I'm afraid that's your problem. You hid things from me too. Remember how you each had a spare potion? You kept quiet about it until we planned the prison break?
Oh, and you didn't have a secret spare? Then do you want to explain how you melted your face off before all this?
Guys, that's enough. Calm down. It is what it is. Arguing won't change anything. What's the plan, Parton? I'm assuming you brought us here for a reason?
There is no plan. We followed him here on the promise of more juice, but it turns out there ain't a drop here. Besides, what does it matter now anyway? He already said, even if we did get our hands on more of that stuff, switching faces again solves nothing. They're still gonna meld off eventually.
I said enough arguing! Potton, tell us the plan.
The most practical solution is to continue using the potion. Keep switching to a new face before the ulcers can start forming.
That sounds exhausting.
This stuff was hard enough to get a hold of even when we had a supply. Now you're asking us to use it like skin lotion, after the flood all but wiped the supply out?
Well, there is another option. But you'll have to make a deal with me first.
Okay, now we're talking. What's the deal?
I have a document I took from that researcher that details how to make a replacement. Just give me one bottle of the undiluted fluid, and I'll get to work. What's the problem? I thought you always kept reserves. Or do you really just have one spare bottle each?
What do you think? That we were shipping them into the fortress of Meripede by the basket load?
Well then, say hello to never showing your marred faces in public again.
Ugh, I've heard enough! Get him! Let's see if that document even exists!
Freeze! Marashose Phantom!
What? Who let them in?
Nobody let
Officer
us in.
Morgan, before anything
Do you
else,
think one of your guys is just like, oh, hey, come on in?
Bro, what?
I don't see him. Hand over the hostage now, if you want any chance of avoiding an extension to your sentences.
Spare us your condescending attempts to coax us back to our cells. You think we're looking to negotiate? Rawat is dead.
Potton?
Arrest them all! Don't let anyone get away!
Makes it easier for us to just charge in and murder all of you, so fine with me.
I swear, it's for medical research.
Time to testify. Loaded.
Spring forward!
Get enough!
Now I'm mad! Let's see! You might feel a little prick!
Into the shadows. The victor
Jesus Christ. Thing is kind of strong. Freeze! Right, you. It's time for you to get out of here. I got killed.
Germinate! What's new?
loaded.
What?
I swear, it's for medical research. Yeah. Calm down.
Get ready.
Huh. Gotta say, I never expected to see the head nurse in combat.
She has a
Some patients respond better to a more aggressive treatment plan. Did we get everyone?
Captain, we finished the head count. Potton's missing.
Over there! The door's closing!
One group trying to arrest me, another trying to hunt me down. Good. I gotta kill two birds with one stone.
How did he get up there? There must be a secret passage somewhere. Find it!
Don't waste your energy. I already sealed it off.
How naive. We have more people outside. If we're not back out by the agreed time, they'll come to our rescue.
Well then, you'd better hope they get here in time.
kind of gas leaking from the pipes. Be careful, it's poisonous.
This is our distribution center, where we store the product derived from our source solution. We had to use special fire prevention methods to prevent contamination. The pipe network here was designed to emit a gas for firefighting.
Yeah.
One little modification later,
For as much as they were like, oh my god, his face, it's like, alright, he had like
would you
one
do
little
this?
patch apparently.
Your partners are here too.
oh please. If they can't supply what I need, they're of no further use to me. Besides, I can't have them exposing my potential whereabouts.
He's a maniac! Come on, we gotta find a way to open that door!
Go ahead, struggle in vain. Once the last of you croaks, no one will ever find me again. So long!
Are you sure you're ready to leave, Potton? You haven't changed your dressing today.
You can't cure my face, just give up.
And what if I could?
Nice try. You're just trying to stall me. Don't you worry about me. I'll find a way to cure my face once I get out of here.
Oh, I doubt it. After all, Fontanians can no longer dissolve in primordial seawater.
What the? How did you?
The key component of the face-changing potion is the fluid left behind by dissolved Fontanians. It might look like ordinary water, but it has some unique elements in it. Before the flood, all Fontanians were oceanids, physiologically speaking. A potion made from that fluid could dissolve and reconstruct the face of a Fontanian in much the same way as hydroidolins change form. Theoretically, it could give someone any appearance they wished. But since the flood, Fontanians have become true humans. They can no longer provide the source material for this potion, nor reap its benefits.
Are you saying this potion is made from Fontanians dissolved with primordial seawater?
That's pretty fucked up.
Then their crimes are far worse than I thought.
How could you know all of this? No, wait. Of course! Well. So that's why you have a human appearance.
It also means that I have a formula you're unaware of. The air's getting thicker. It's getting hard to breathe.
I might get to make a deal today after all. Alright, keep talking. How do you intend to give me the formula?
Oh, it's not a formula, but a finished product. I have a bottle of it right here.
What?
When I tried Rawat's skincare product, I noticed it had a certain special component in it. So I had my friends gather some other ingredients for me, and sure enough,
Oh, that's why one of the things we got were the
I
phantasm.
produced the potion. I'm guessing his skincare lotion contains the fruits of your joint research?
Huh. Impressive guesswork. Yeah, we were a supplier for some of the raw ingredients. But it only contains
dude,
a tiny
Fontaine's
amount of
pretty
the
fucked
active
up.
ingredient. The effect is minuscule compared to the undiluted fluid.
Well, I found a way to reverse the dilution process, giving the skincare lotion a similar effect to the fluid it is derived from.
That's impossible.
If I tell you some of the ingredients, I think you can figure it out.
Bruh, she's like 600
You need
years
to
old.
combine tainted
500.
hydrophantasm tissue with transoceanic pearls at a ratio of around 3 to 7.
Tainted hydrophantasms and transoceanic pearls. I see. Can't believe I never thought of that.
So, can we make a deal?
Sounds good to me. There's a delivery pipeline beneath this window. Drop the potion in, and I'll release you all.
How is he supposed to get it up there?
Nope, not trusting you that easily. You're like those naughty kids who try to hide their illness. Open the sluice gate first, then I'll hand you the potion.
Even if you're not bluffing, your potion won't cure my face permanently. You really think you have any leverage here? I'm not closing the valve this time. Clock's ticking.
Fine. Then I'll just stand here with the potion in my hand. And when I faint from the poison, I'll drop it and it'll be destroyed.
No.
Checkmate? Like, dude, that's all she had to say?
Disable that sluice gate! Jam it! Don't let it close again!
That's more like it. In that case, a promise is a promise.
Head nurse, there's too much poison gas in here. We have to leave, now!
Yes, let's touch this thing to teleport out of here.
That was too close. That button is a real nasty piece of work.
Oh, don't be too quick to sit down. Moving around a little will help relieve the soreness.
You know,
Same
that's a
goes
lot
for you,
easier said than
traveler.
done.
Oh, but Paimon, you should be fine, right?
Flying fast is pretty tiring too, actually. Anyway, that's not important right now.
Actually?
I'm still shocked to learn that there's a whole criminal operation going on behind that skincare lotion.
Shame I ended up giving the improved version to Potten after finally making it for you. I'll make you some more, I promise.
No, please don't. Paimon doesn't want to use that stuff anymore. Still, it was a pretty good job that Paimon wanted to buy some in the first place, huh? It ended up saving everyone's lives. That's gotta count for something.
Sure. Pat yourself on the back for being greedy. Alright, later, Retro. Sigewinne was the one doing the saving.
Yeah, Paimon was just kidding.
Head nurse, I've done a final head count of our team and the criminals. Everyone's here and doing fine. We're ready to escort the fugitives back to the fortress of Meripede.
Being
It's a shame
mansplained
that
for
we
her
didn't find
flying.
Rawat. At this point, I'm afraid he's probably deceased.
What a horrible bunch. Especially that Potten guy. If he hadn't made good on that deal, we'd all be dead because of him.
No, we wouldn't. I always keep a whole bunch of antidotes on me for emergencies, and one of them neutralizes that poison gas. We'd have been fine, even if you hadn't opened the gate.
What? Then why did you give him the potion?
If this is true, I must concur. Sorry to be blunt, but I think you made a bad decision by handing him that bottle. If he changes his appearance and flees Fontaine, it's unlikely that we'll ever find him. No matter how cooperative his accomplices are when we question them.
No, you don't understand. I gave him the potion precisely so we could be sure where he'll go next.
What do you mean?
We gotta hurry. She won't last much longer.
Oh, is he Rawat? Definite pulls. I mean, I'll pull the Pyro Archon. I kind of want to pull the first Hydro Girl who rides the shark or whatever. That sounds pretty awesome. So I'll try for her. Probably that Geo Cat lady, because I mean, those are the only three I'm super. Oh, the girl with the red hat and the cryovision. She's like the elven ears. She looks like she's a duelist
Don't move a
from
muscle.
Fontaine.
I might be short, but I pack a mean punch. Captain, you're just in time.
Well, exactly. I'm
While I
not
was lying in
jumping
wait,
the shark.
I
You see,
spotted
I'm
this
riding
crook
the
snooping around,
shark.
trying to find a way in. So I detained him.
Scooting along that edge.
Whoa. His face.
Are you... Potten? So this is where you were heading, huh?
What?
This is how Potten looked before his face was marred. His current appearance matches the mugshot on his arrest warrant.
I see.
Wait, so what's going on? Wasn't the whole point of the potion to disguise himself and escape Fontaine? Why would he change back to his original face and run right into our trap?
Enough of this nonsense. Let me in.
You better pipe down. There's an old lady in there who's very sick. No way are we letting a crook like you inside.
To heck with it. Listen to me. I'm Rawat. That's my
Oh,
mother in
dude.
there.
I guess that was kind of obvious once she...
He's gotta be lying, right? Rawat was a victim in all this. He was forced into it against his will. How can he and this monster be the same person?
Forced against his will. That's the funniest thing I've heard all day.
Let's go back exactly
When I was
2
being
hours.
coerced, everyone thought I was colluding of my own free will. And then when I actually became a criminal in my own right, you all suddenly thought
That guy
I
can't
must
be evil at
under
all, right?
duress. Amazing what a difference a handsome face makes.
Save us the speech. Explain yourself.
You want an explanation?
She knows she was an idiot too.
Fine. I'll tell it how it is. When I was just potting, the whole world treated me with contempt.
Ew. What do you want? Get away from me.
Women despise me.
Collaborate? You don't look like much of a researcher to me.
Okay, to be fair, Anteve is an asshole.
Scorned me.
Mr. Parton, was it? I'm most interested in your research. Consider my offer carefully. I doubt you'll find other investment opportunities.
Only villains would work with me.
You want out of the game? Forget about it. Turns out, I slipped up a little. Left your picture with some marechaussee phantom officers. Easy mistake to make. Now they've listed you as an accomplice and drawn up an arrest warrant. So I suggest you put any thoughts of running away to rest. If you get caught by the guards for being in the synth business, you ain't ever seeing the light of day again.
There was no way out for me. Until I could stop being Potton.
Mr. Rawat, I have something I'd like to tell you.
I became popular with women.
This new potion you developed is fascinating. Genius, in fact. Would you consider working with me? I'd be happy to sign a licensing agreement.
My peers looked up to me.
I'm very interested in your research, sir. You must no doubt have offers from countless investors, so far be it for me to ask for a full collaboration, per se. I merely wanted to express my interest. No pressure at all, naturally.
And the villains even began to fear me.
I was gonna drop a
showed me
Gaston
what
joke when we
superficial
first
world we
started,
live in.
when we first saw him
And I
way back in
knew
the
a grudge.
fortress, but I couldn't think of a
After all, this
good enough
superficiality could be made to work in my favor.
line from the song.
Or so I thought. But alas, the world seemed bent on finding a reason to make me despise it. Mother, I'm back. How are you doing?
Who are you?
I bought the best medicine Mora could buy, but nothing would cure her illness. In the end, I hoped she'd at least be able to see her son one last time before she passed, but when everyone else rejected me, the only person who cared about me was my mother. Then, when I became a rising star in the Fontaine Research Institute,
That's exactly what happened to Sigewinne.
unrecognizable to her.
Oh, that's a good parallel.
I have to let her see me again.
It's a really good parallel.
Even if it means donning my own wretched, ugly face. Well, is that enough explaining for you? Now do you understand? Let me inside already!
Have you ever considered if you'll even be able to look your mother in the eyes after what you've done?
Seems like he's
You found a
ready
way
and
to
able.
completely change your identity. You could easily have escaped from them. But no. You chose to keep working with them.
Why would I want to give up on such a lucrative business? The profits were dozens of times that of the synth
So his
business,
face never
and it was all
melted.
above
That's
board.
So you kept being a villain just for the money?
Villain? By what standard?
Oh god, here we go.
Is doing evil deeds really what makes someone a villain in your eyes? Or does it all come down to the way they look? None of you saw a villain when I was wearing my other face, did you? You have no right to judge me.
Shut
You're all
the
just fake
fuck
people
up.
living in a hypocritical world. I
Your
regret nothing.
pseudo-intellectual bullshit.
My mother would understand.
You're a villain to the core, but especially that tongue.
Honestly, I don't see a villain when I look at your current face either.
Don't humor me. You don't seem surprised by my confession in the least. How long have you known the truth?
Probably since she first looked at you.
I didn't know anything for sure until you chose to take that potion bottle and spare our lives. But if you're asking when I started suspecting you, it was the first time you came to see me at the infirmary. I had to confirm my suspicions.
No wonder he was just like,
join
whatever,
this
I don't care.
investigation.
It's because it wasn't, he didn't melt, he just, that's just
a
what he
young,
looked
promising
like.
researcher and a wretched criminal? What on earth gave you the idea that they could be one and the same person?
Well, there were no visual clues. This potion's face-changing effects are very powerful. Even as a Melusine, I couldn't see through the disguise. But I believe I understand humanity a little better than most of my kind. Humans have certain fundamental qualities that do not change with their appearance.
Fundamental qualities, huh? So you think you're the one who's seen through me, do you? Most people probably don't know this, but I think I can guess what your deal is. Melusine constitutions are very close to that of water, so it stands to reason that the potion should work on them too. You used it yourself, didn't you? That's why you have a human appearance.
Sigewinne?
Yes, you're right.
We already knew that.
I'll bet it was back in the days when Melusines were discriminated against because of their appearance.
Fucking idiots, like what?
Carry
Like,
on living in the
probably,
gutters
yeah.
as part of an alien race cast out by humanity. Or become the head nurse of the fortress of Meripede, revered by all. Not a hard choice to make. It's a no-brainer. So you see, you and I were the same. And I'm the one who saw through you!
That's not important right now. You came here to see your mother, didn't you? Well, I can grant you your wish.
Huh?
Head nurse, I'm not sure that's a good idea in his current state.
What, he's gonna murder his
Don't
mother?
worry.
I don't think so.
Back in the warehouse when I traded the potion for our lives, I was doing it to test him. He was willing to risk sacrificing his only chance of escaping capture by opening the gate in exchange for the potion. Also, he could see his mother again. If nothing else, his concern for his mother is genuine.
I see.
So before you arrest him, please allow him to see his mother one last time. The Traveler and I will accompany him. You have nothing to worry about.
All right. I understand.
I don't trust this guy much. Be careful.
Stellar commentary.
Mom? It's me, Potton, your son. You recognize me now, don't you? Mom, what's wrong?
I'm sorry, but I have some bad news. I examined your mother last time we were here, and it appears that due to her prolonged fever, she's lost her eyesight.
And she knew about it?
Your appearance no longer has any bearing on her ability to recognize you. But there are always other ways to remind our loved ones who we are. Wouldn't you say?
No, it can't be. Please, Mom, open your eyes. It's me, your son, Potton. If you really can't see my face, then here, take my hand. Tell me you feel your son's hand. I've done so much to get to this point. Please, you have to recognize me. No, 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 no!
The temperature of his palm must have changed. I'm sorry. It seems I couldn't bring him back to you after all. It's you. Thank you. Of course.
That woman just Asuka pathetic
Mom.
him.
Why will you answer her and not me?
That is harsh.
Why?
No more questions, Potton. She's gone.
Mom? Mom?
I'm sorry to say this, Potton, but you and I are not the same.
It's her tie like Gus Fring. Oh, well. That was fucked up.
The wait is over, everyone! The sale of our new skincare product, Romaritime Essence, will now begin.
Another skincare promotion! And it's selling as fast as last time. Wonder what people would think if they knew what was in the last batch. Oh, Sigewinne's here too! Hey, Sigewinne!
Oh, Traveler Paimon, hello! Oh, I hope you two got a good rest yesterday after all your hard work.
Of course! Nurse's orders, right? Anyway, are you here to take notes for your next article?
Actually, I'm mostly here to help Officer Morgan wrap up yesterday's case.
Ah, that reminds Paimon. That stuff sold like crazy, didn't it? Is it gonna cause huge problems?
Nope, there's nothing to worry about. Unless modified, Butterfly Dew is an excellent skincare product that's completely safe to use. Besides, officers have already retrieved all Butterfly Dew purchased on the market. Now it's just a matter of disposal.
Well, if it was super
After
safe, why
consulting
dispose?
Monsieur Nervulette, I came up with a way to neutralize any harmful effects. So it'll evaporate naturally, without polluting water or soil.
Wow, it's Sigewinne to the rescue again!
Thank you for serving as our consultant, head nurse. All the butterfly dew we recovered has been disposed of, according to your instructions.
Great! Good job, everyone!
Also, you mentioned you wanted a copy of Rawat's interrogation records. Well, technically, Potton's records. Anyway, I have them with me. Here. After he saw his mother for the last time, it was like all his mental defenses came crashing down. He put up no resistance during the interrogation, and answered all our questions. We learned a lot. Apparently, the formula was something he discovered by chance, while helping the criminal gang produce synth. Later, he came up with the idea to dilute it, and use the resulting substance as a skincare product. Their supplier was Vache. But you could also argue that they were the ones doing him a favor. His operation helped Vache's gang dispose of an enormous amount of evidence. It made for a seamless collaboration. One man's trash was another man's treasure, and there were no loose ends. It's no wonder we never noticed what Potton's gang was up to.
Vache again, huh? Is there still no end to the harm he caused?
He dissolved
Make
people.
no mistake.
No.
The crimes of Vache and his accomplices will come to an end. It's only a matter of time. Since the flood cut off their supply of primordial seawater, they've been forced to resort to riskier methods, like using their private reserve to attack people on the street. Naturally, those attempts all ended in failure. After receiving numerous reports, we were able to zero in on the gang and eventually round them up.
That sounds more like it.
Based on what he told us in his confession, we pretty much had him backed into a corner, even though he made a point of distancing himself from the gang while disguised as Rawat. He tried to throw us off his tail by reporting his accomplices, giving him enough time to transform back into Potton and see his mother one last time. But there was one thing he hadn't anticipated. Even though Potton had been missing for a long time, we were very much still on the lookout for him.
Oh
So
God,
the moment
I
he
don't
appeared
care
in
about
public,
this.
After changing back to his original appearance, we caught him.
So he tried this once before, huh? Guess he really did want his mother to see him again. But in the end...
Looking at the interrogation records, it seems like he spent the first sum of money he earned as reward on his mother's treatment.
Yes, which is why I suspect that his initial motive for using the potion was not personal greed, but a desire to become somebody who had the power to save her. Even so, he went too far. In the end, he got what he deserved.
I understand. Thank you for bringing me these records.
Why did you want them anyway?
Except for not nearly as exciting.
So I need to put together a medical file for him. My teacher always stressed that a person's
Or the
life
Danganronpa
experiences
closing argument
are
comics.
just as
I'd be like,
important
oh
to
my
their
God,
file
look
as their medical
at the
history.
gray man.
Why are you still treating him like your patient? Isn't he kind of beyond redemption now?
Well, that may be true, but a patient is a patient, regardless of the choices that bring them to my care.
One last thing, head nurse. Please keep everything you know about this potion a secret. It would be for the best if most of Fontaine knows nothing of its existence. I know my fellow officers and I will be able to sleep easier if that's the case.
Of course, not to worry.
Thank you for understanding. I'll take my leave then.
So, Sigewinne, did you really use that potion yourself?
Why do you sound so surprised, Paimon? I told you all about it. It was quite a while ago now.
You mean that story about the witch and the potion? So it was really, actually, genuinely a true story?
Yes, it really actually genuinely was.
But...
Process of making that potion.
I know. There are some secrets I can't tell anyone about. But considering everything we've been through together, I know I can trust you with them. Before I tell you though, could you follow me somewhere? I want to pay my respects to an old friend.
Of course!
The grave of that girl. God. 2.5 hours. This is long. All right. I guess the problem with doing that, from a business perspective, is that might make people want to get the character less, and so they won't spend money trying to get them. If you have a story quests like that. But I think after the first story quest, the second story quest should be a lot more open for something like that.
Good to see you, traveler. Paimon. I trust all has been going well for you.
Big news, everyone. The Udex is out of his office on important business.
Hmm?
Also,
is that genuinely something people would consider?
Arlecchino's still a very bad person.
Why wouldn't they? Important business is a big deal.
Ah, yes, you're quite right. When someone you care about requires
I love
emotional
her. She's
support,
awesome.
being there for them at the right time and place is of the utmost importance. After
But
reading
she's
the
still a very
Maréchal
bad person.
Phantom's reports, I had a feeling a trip here might be in order.
Take note. That, my friends, is how Monsieur Neuvillette shows that he cares. We're both here for the same purpose, actually. To accompany Sigewinne as she pays her respects to her late teacher.
So the old friend she mentioned was her teacher then? The witch? Oh, sorry. Paimon didn't mean to be rude. It's only because Sigewinne calls her that all the time, so...
Big
I
news,
doubt
everyone!
she considers that title to be offensive, Paimon. Don't worry.
Indeed. In fact, I believe Sigewinne would take it as a sign of affection. She has spoken of this doctor on many occasions, and it sounds like she was a truly generous individual.
I thought
In
Neuvillette
those
was
days,
going to have
many
some
people harbored prejudices against
villainous to
Melusines.
him.
She was the only teacher willing to take Sigewinne on as a student.
Turns out he has a
It's really nice of you two to be here
soul
for
as
Sigewinne.
pure as that water.
Guess you
that he
guys
loves.
really look out for your younger colleagues, huh?
No, he's
Younger
a
colleague.
he's a water dragon.
Well, that might be true for the Udex, but I'm not sure I can say the same. Sigewinne served a sentence in the fortress of Meripede hundreds of years ago, and after she did her time, she decided to stick around. She's been an integral
she
part
actually
of
was
our
in prison
administration
for
ever
that?
since. Strictly speaking, the head nurse has been around longer than most people in the fortress, myself included.
Because she's like 500
Pretty
years
sure
old.
that makes me the younger colleague.
She served a sentence?
Committed a crime?
Yes. Long before I became Udex, there was an ancient law in Fontaine that prohibited any attempt to transform another species into a human.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'll bite. Tom. You might find this interesting too. There's a law prohibiting any attempt to transform another species into a human. But what if it was that species that did it? Because the way he states it, it sounds like it would have applied to the witch, not Sigewinne, for actually being the person transformed. Right? Like, maybe it's just they weren't super careful with the wording because they didn't think about this, because only a fucking pedantic lawyer like me would. But the way that they are presenting this, it seems incredibly odd that Sigewinne would have been the person that was imprisoned.
Initially, I and most researchers believed this law to have been imposed due to ethical concerns. But now, it seems more likely that the law was nothing more than an insurance policy, a way for Egeria to ensure that her people would remain insulated from the truth, thus enabling them to lead more straightforward, happier lives.
Ignorance
they're
is bliss, as
Oceanids?
they say.
Sigewinne had her reasons for choosing to obtain a human form.
Yeah, I guess
but the
that
act was
makes-
nonetheless in
that
clear
makes sense.
violation of the law.
Could you tell
Is
us
it
a
in
little bit
clear
more about what
violation?
happened back
Okay.
then?
So, I hate what he just said so very, very, very much. He used the word clear without actually explaining why it was clear, because quite frankly, it's not clear based on how they just explained everything. Sigewinne would not have been the person that would have been punished based on his reciting of the law. I mean, maybe the law doesn't say what he says it says, but that wouldn't make any sense from a storytelling perspective. What good would that do for us? That's... And then he used the word clear, which... Bit of advice for anyone in any type of... You're trying to put forth a type of argument. I forget what those types of words are called. There's a word for them, but they're worthless. They don't actually make your argument seem any better than they really are, and in a lot of cases can actually negatively affect your presentation, because it seems like you are simply you're noting a very narrow thing of importance. So when you say things like very clearly, like that shit, the only time those are like good to use is it's like in an exaggeratory sense, as a joke or something like that. But if you're trying to make an argument like in front of a judge or something like that, that's going to come off as just, you're going to sound shit. You're going to be garbage. Your argument's going to sound garbage. Oh, pro tip. And Nouvellette of all people, ugh. They should only let a lawyer or a judge write his lines. No one else. If you're not a lawyer or judge, don't touch his character.
Certainly. Sigewinne does not object to her close friends learning about her history. In fact, I first learned of it myself because she confessed the truth to me of her own volition.
My God, how much longer is this fucking story?
Even with their daughter so ill, they kicked you out? Stubborn as always. And prejudice isn't a disease I can cure either.
He's the chief judge.
Shame that I don't have the energy to get over there. You're laughable, you
Also
old
seemingly the
witch.
only judge.
You want to save everyone in Fontaine, but you can't even save the patient before you.
Master, what are you...
I discovered a strange disease, one I suspect that every Fontainian suffers from. But without witnesses or proof, no one will believe me. I had no choice but to experiment on myself to find a cure, but I hit a wall. And as you can see, it took a wretched toll on me.
Then I'll find a cure for you, and then you can go cure her.
There's no need. I am beyond saving now. There's nothing you can do.
But, Master...
As I said before, a doctor's duty is to treat whatever ailments they can.
I know, but they don't trust me at all.
That girl. She's your first ever patient, isn't she? Tell me, what cost are you willing to bear to see her cured?
I'll do whatever it takes.
Even if it means breaking the law and being punished for it?
As long as I don't hurt anyone. Yes.
I'm not sure this scene was entirely necessary. We already did this earlier in the story,
like a true student
and then we
of
learned what
mine.
happened. Did we really need to then see
Then
another
I shall
rehashing
make
of it?
one more final gamble. And see my experiment through to its end. Leave me for now, and come back in 2 hours. If I am able to work this miracle, then I will have found a way to save all Fontainians, and I shall be able to help you treat that girl. If not, then it means there is one more disease in this world that I cannot treat. In that case, do not come looking for me. I will leave you a parting gift, An accidental discovery happened upon through my study of this strange disease. It has little use, but it will at least help you cure this one patient you can reach.
When Sigewinne returned, the miracle had not occurred. She found a potion bottle and a note on the table. After using the potion as instructed, she gained her current form, breaking Fontaine's law in the process.
Yeah, we know. We get it. Like, all this is unnecessary. I think the Harbingers are both... I think they have their own, like, primary motivations, but I also think... I think ultimately we are going to side with the Tsaritsa, even though we don't agree with her methods, against Celestia at the end. So, with that being the case, it still makes sense that the Harbingers become playable, except for, I agree, the Doctor is a... I would say he's an irredeemably evil character. Out of all the Harbingers, all the characters we've met so far, he is the one dude that's like, you are just... burn, sir. But we might be able to add him as a playable at some point, in which case... that would be weird. I can't remember what game it was, but it would feel... There was a character that you get that joined your party later, and he was, like, initially the bad guy, but then it turns out to be another bad guy. And so he ends up joining you to help. I can't remember what it was, but I always remembered a really super awkward feeling when I would use him, because it was like, dude, this guy's so evil. Like, sure, we have a common enemy, but this still feels gross. Fuck, what game is that I'm thinking of? Oh, it's gonna bother me. But anyways, that would be like the Doctor being playable. I would feel like icky using him as a playable character.
And after I had confirmed the veracity of the events, I gave my verdict.
So that's what happened.
That could happen too. That would actually probably be more interesting if, like, she tries and fails. So, like, there's like the message behind it of doing it by any means necessary isn't the way to go because she still failed, and look at all the damage she caused. But then we take up the mantle and finish the job. Your teacher sacrificed herself. Yeah, I get it.
I fear Sigewinne only understood the full story after the truth about the dissolution of Fontainians was uncovered. When I reflected on all this with that knowledge in hand, I felt a deep sense of regret. As I use the law to uphold justice, there are times when I cannot help but acknowledge its ruthlessness. After the final details of the events surrounding Sigewinne's transformation came to light, I checked several sources and, thankfully, the legal code does not require Sigewinne to shoulder any additional punishment.
Wonder how she feels
It's
about
gonna
all
really
this.
suck if I had to kill her.
Since she invited you here, I imagine she intends to speak of these matters with you, no?
Yeah, so, like, Child's whole thing is he just wants to get stronger. He's more devoted to Skirk than he is to Tsaritsa. Arlecchino's to the house. Signora was just kind of angry.
Here.
Rightfully so.
The old friend I
What's his
mentioned
foot?
was my
Pantalone is
teacher.
always, it's all about the money.
When she passed, her body was nowhere to be found. All that's left of her is an empty tomb. And even that's deep underwater now. Sigewinne, the witch who gave you the magic potion, she was your teacher, wasn't she?
Sounds like Monsieur Nervillette filled you in.
After learning the truth, it must have been hard to process, huh?
Well, to be honest, after I realized what really happened that night, my first thought was that it kind of made sense. It seemed exactly like the sort of thing she would do.
But she was planning to sacrifice herself and never told you.
That's just who she was. If lying is what it took to get a kid to take their medicine, then that's what she'd do.
A truly odd doctor. A truly great doctor.
Alright, but why did you turn yourself in?
I broke the law, simple as that. My teacher made her choice, and I made mine.
True. It's just the way Potton framed it when he was asking you all those questions, it made Paimon really mad. You're not like him at all, and everything Nervillette said confirms that. And yet, you were still convicted and thrown in prison. It just feels so unfair.
Unfair? I happen to think just the opposite. If I hadn't served that time, I'm not sure I would have been able to stay strong when he was questioning me.
I don't think it's a matter of anybody thinking it's far-fetched. Just more of like, what would be the better way of telling the story?
Let me tell you a story.
No. There has to be an animated thing that happens
The
every
verdict
fucking...
came down. This Melusine is guilty. The Eudex defended the authority of Fontaine law, but he did not confiscate the Melusine's medical kit. And so, the Fortress of Meripede gained a new little doctor. She still wore her hood and raincoat, even though it never rained in the fortress. Perhaps thanks to her human appearance, no one refused her treatment. She treated more and more patients, and her sentence grew ever shorter. Finally, the people of the fortress could not live without her, and though her sentence ended, she did not leave them either. Then one day, she received an invitation from the outside world. The location seemed familiar, and when she arrived,
that's really
an old lady was waiting for her. She saw right through the Melusine's disguise, but didn't reveal it. Instead, she asked a question.
Tell me, why do you think you gained the respect of so many people, despite being a Melusine?
Because I look like a human?
For my father, yes. He was an idiot, though.
50 years, Sigewinne, and you haven't aged a day. I think everyone knows you are not human. I finally found you, after all these years.
See? That's
I
what,
still
did you
remember,
have
you
to
know.
fucking listen to that witch?
It was you who saved me that night.
But how? I was no longer a Melusine by then.
Does it really matter if you're human or Melusine? I remember the warmth of your palm. It's quite unmistakable.
Oh, that's why she mentioned that.
And you know what?
The other old lady.
It hasn't changed one bit. You don't have to hide anymore, Sigewinne. These days, everyone wants to make friends with Melusines. And I think that it's all because of you.
Well, and what happened in New Villette's story, where that one Melusine literally sacrificed her life.
Thank you, Dr. Melusine.
Now that's an ending Paimon can get behind.
After hearing everything Potton said, I wanted to tell him that it didn't matter who he looked like on the outside. But it was too late. The warmth in his palm had already disappeared. I tried to treat him, but the roots of his problem had nothing to do with his face.
Damn. That's cold. Does feel like wasted potential.
I understand. Thanks, you two. I appreciate you being here for me while I talk this through.
Oh, it's nothing. Our pleasure.
Oh, there's one more reason I invited you here. It's about time I finally give you what I promised. In order to restore the appearances of the face-swapping victims, the Marechaussee Phantom gave me special permission to make a few bottles of that potion. And I made one extra just for you two.
No. I don't think that was the same old lady.
Need it, though.
Because that happened hundreds of years ago.
Well,
that's not explicitly said, but like, if you've been around the Fontaine quests,
you two did so much for me.
And you knew like how long the Melusines live.
Well, fair enough, but anyway.
That would be something where they don't necessarily have to say it. You would understand, but if you have no idea, then yeah, that probably seems weird.
This is the very last bottle in all of Teyvat. Getting rid of it would feel like kind of a waste.
No one knows truly what Paimon is, and that's
somehow.
Probably the biggest debate among lore
Melusine physiology wasn't affected by the Great Flood, right? So
Will
that
she
means the
ultimately
potion
betray
should have
us?
a permanent effect on you.
Is she the god of time in a
What do you
depowered
say,
form?
Sigewinne? Ever thought about transforming back to the way you used to look? After all, from a Melusine point of view, Paimon bets Melusines look the cutest of all.
I mean, it's true from a human point of view. They're just so adorable.
Paimon, after everything, do you really think it matters whether I'm Melusine or a human?
Well, what was Paimon thinking? You made up your mind a long time ago. Yeah, let's just destroy this thing.
Leave it to me.
You know what would have been really cool is if she like gives you the potion. I know it doesn't work like this because they explicitly said it didn't, but like if they change it up in a way where it could work on us. So like, if your character was like a created character, you get another chance to go back and like redo the character creation. But obviously they have a set appearance, so that wouldn't work as well. And still no skins out, which is just bafflingly stupid. Flippy's like, oh, potentially evil? Haha. She sounds wonderful.
I'd like to stay here with my...
Normally, when situations like this happen, they're like, do you have any more questions? And they'll have like 7 different things you can ask them. Yo, what's up, Mr. Dominguez? That's all fine and good. I want a skin now. That's something I'm curious about. Like, in the end, will we get both? Assuming some fucking really weird shenanigans don't happen. Or Ormos. What the fuck are we doing all the way over here? She's from Fontaine. Yeah, sorry, you're talking the little thing, right? The person who I thought her name was spelled with a lowercase L at the beginning of it for some reason, instead of it being in uppercase I, which would make significantly more sense. Have I watched Blazing Saddles? When I was like 10.
I thought I told him to spray it with water to retain moisture before applying the film.
I remember liking
You can't treat a glaze lily like a cactus. If Sanjay does this again, the loss will have to come out of his food expenses.
I'll go talk to him. At this rate, he won't even be able to afford eating cacti for much longer.
Oh, that voice.
Hey, Tighnari!
Oh, it's you two. It's been a while. What brings you to Port Ormos?
Yeah, it's an old
movie. We didn't have
movie.
anything to do, and this place looked pretty lively, so we decided to stop by. But, what's with all the flowers around here?
Well, Port Ormos is currently organizing a flower exhibition featuring flowers and plants from all over Teyvat, so I came to help out. The
Okay.
exhibition includes flowers from every corner of the world.
She
each
already
with
had
their
a
own unique
GeoVision.
properties
She
and
wasn't
needs.
gonna be in
With that
Liyue.
mind, the curator commissioned a flower pot from Kasharawar capable of retaining heat and moisture. Even
Like,
so,
Fontaine has
an
its
expert
own
is still
plants.
required to develop tailored
like perfume and
transportation
shit.
and care plans for each type of flower.
Oh, and that
Those Liyue. Look at Yinger. It would make more
Not
sense
this
for her
time,
to
no.
be in a scene
I'm
with
just here
Yinger.
to help
And no,
out.
it's not just because I
The
really,
expert in
really, really
charge is
want
someone
another
else.
scene with Yinger.
Mr. Tighnari, Sanjay, he confused the poisonous bulbs with garlic shoots, and he ate them.
Wow, what a moron.
Never mind. Forget about what I said about the food expenses. Apologies, traveler, Paimon. Looks like I've got something to take care of. I'll be back in just a moment.
Tighnari's busy no matter where he is.
I was
huh?
-10 in 1976. Too many people are careless about what they eat. No, too many people don't do as they're told.
Yeah, seems like it. Some people just need supervision. Well,
No,
looks
it's not
like
even the
Tighnari
supervision.
might
They
be
just
busy for a
want to be
while.
assholes.
Let's take a look around the port in the meantime.
Fuck around and find out. Jesus Christ. That's an intense, idol.
Wow, look at these flowers! They smell so...
Huh?
Oh, something wrong? She probably has fucking allergies. You know, okay, no.
Fine. She's just got a little...
Okay, but what secret god of time has fucking allergies to flowers?
Rainbow roses, glaze lilies, and Cecilia's? No wonder.
It's getting worse. Why?
Should we go find Tighnari?
But, I was fine just a moment ago. She didn't even eat anything weird.
A moment of your time, you two? If it's not too much trouble, perhaps you could try this incense.
Incense? Oh, the scent is so nice.
I have my equivalent. Mix vapor rub. Smell this incense. Oh, my nose. Clear. Hey, Scarlet. I will not, Flippy, but thank you for the suggestions of rubbing the vapor rub in my eyes. Also, congrats, Mr. Dominguez. Yeah, I mean, fortunately, it has been kind of like that. Long, long, long time. And I don't know how long this new run will go, but we'll write it as much as we can. We can talk normally now.
Whoa, that was fast. Paimon doesn't have to sneeze anymore.
Must have been the incense. Thank you. Can I have that in my possession right now? How do I make this incense?
Think nothing of it. From your attire, I imagine you two aren't from Sumeru either. Seeing as we're both travelers from abroad, it's only right that we help each other out should the occasion arise.
Oh, so you're here for the flower exhibition too?
I suppose that's accurate. Ah, allow me to introduce myself.
She's a
I'm
fucking
Emilie,
banger,
a
man.
perfumer from Fontaine.
I love her design.
Thank you so much for your help just now. Oh, and this is...
The Traveler, right? I've heard a lot about you from the Steambird. It's nice to finally put a face to the name.
Heard a lot about you as well, which we have heard about her before. Although I didn't expect to run into you in Sumeru.
What happened back there? Why did Paimon
Same.
start sneezing all of a sudden?
Have you ever heard of hay fever?
This is a lot for me to take emotionally. As someone who's literally suffering from it on a 24-hour basis. Please, Emilie, explain. I think so.
To put it simply, when inhaled, certain pollens can trigger abnormal physical reactions.
But Paimon has seen these kinds of flowers before and nothing weird happened then.
Well, we're all different. The factors that can trigger a reaction to certain stimuli vary by person. In isolation, the effects of certain pollens may seem minimal, but inhaling various types at once can trigger a more overt reaction.
Can I just say that the way hay fever is minimized in the United States is fucking bullshit? Like, it's not even something that's, like, said. There's like, oh, allergies, like, whatever, get back to work, peon. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, if you had the same allergies I did in this situation, I bet you wouldn't be saying that to yourself. You'd probably be like, man, this really fucking sucks, and it really fucks with my brain, and I feel like garbage. But no. Just, whatever. People in Japan can take off work because of it, and you know what? Makes sense, because that shit fucks with you. Oh, God, it's infuriating. There's some days where, like, I literally can't get my nose to stop running. I blow it, doesn't matter. I'll get, like, these, like, nose sores that are, like, infections from, like, rubbing your nose too much. Which I have now, by the way. And I have to take a certain type of, ointment for mupirocin. And, or like, it's hard to keep my eyes open. You can't understand what I'm saying. But you know what? Just go fucking work, idiot. Like, who cares? It'd be better if I just had a cold and that was it. I would be better off working than in those circumstances.
But there's no need to worry. Pollen allergies can be effectively mitigated with the use of medication.
Oh, well, that's good.
Traveler, Paimon, there you are. Is everything all right?
That's another thing, Tom. Like, do people understand, like, when you have constant hay fever, how debilitating that is for your self-esteem? When you're the person always going around school with fucking snot just everlastingly flowing out of your nose? It sucks. No, suck it up. Well, I can't because it'll come flowing right back out. So we're at a stalemate, I guess. Yeah. And it happens all the time, Scarlet. I mean, it's just, I guess that's just something that, that's why I really, really try hard not to do that. If, like, it's something that I don't suffer from, but somebody is telling me that they're suffering from it, I won't just be like, oh, it doesn't even sound like it's that bad. Like, who the fuck am I to say that? I don't suffer from it, so why would I know? And why would I tell them what they should and should not be capable of? It's fucking stupid. the arrogance in that sort of view is, it's breathtaking how many people share that type of arrogance.
I left in such a hurry, I forgot to warn you about all the pollen in the air.
Which I hate heat too, so that's just bad for me, but I know, like, my allergies are always, they're not existent when I go out west, and it's wonderful. But man, that heat. It is, at the same time though, that heat is better than when it gets to be like the hottest days here. When it's like 90 something here, I'm like, give me the 110 degree heat of Vegas over this, because I can at least breathe in Vegas. I can barely breathe out here. Paimon was not having a good time.
Emilie? Ah, what a coincidence. Looks like my worry was misplaced then. The Traveler and Paimon are in good
people were
hands.
disappointed by Emilie's
We happened to run into each
final
other shortly
design,
after my arrival,
which,
and
I mean,
offered
I
them
don't
a bit
fucking
of help,
understand.
that's
She's
all.
a banger to
I'm
me.
more curious as to why you thought the Traveler and
Part of it-
Paimon were in danger. Allergies are highly unpredictable. If you were concerned
Or
the
very
pollen might
predictable in
trigger
that they happen all the
reaction,
goddamn
that
time.
must mean something similar has happened in the past.
Oh, when we first got to Sumeru and we like passed the fuck out. That was me though, not Paimon, right? She was a character though that had like half a dozen really awesome concept arts that got released ahead of time. So like people had picked out their favorite, and when it wasn't their favorite, inevitably they're disappointed. However, that doesn't mean this isn't also an excellent design. My favorite design was this one where see if I can find it. I would have changed the hair, but like everything else was awesome. Yeah, this one. Fucking everything web BP. I don't fucking this. All right, see this one right here. That was my favorite one. The one, not the one with the tail, but the one next to it. I would have changed the hair to get rid of like the cat look, because I don't think that's necessary. But the rest of that design I thought was like with that walking stick. Oh my god! Go ahead and swat me with that stick. Something like that, yeah.
Remember the first time we met? You fainted after inhaling Spirit Borneal.
That was an allergic reaction?
The Spirit Borneal didn't affect Paimon at all, and now she's the one suffering. It makes no sense.
It's not really something you can make sense out of, Paimon. There are all kinds of allergies out there, caused by a variety of different factors. Some people are even allergic to almonds.
My nephews are allergic to
It's not something
everything.
you can generalize.
Exactly. I even encountered a case in Fontaine where someone had an allergic reaction to soba noodles their family brought back from Inazuma.
So apparently, like, the last resort for someone like me right now, at least, is to go in and get these allergy shots. However, the frequency in which you have to do it for the length of time that you have to do it is absolutely insane. And, like, there's just no way. There's just absolutely no way. Like, you'd always have to do it during work periods. So I think when you start off, you have to do it twice a week and then once a week for 3 years. And then after that, you still have to do it monthly. Like, I get that altering your human physiology is not an easy thing, but that sounds horrible. Yes, and I don't like needles as it is, so that is a lot of shots.
Whoa. Good thing Paimon isn't allergic to anything delicious.
Good doctor, Emilie?
In a manner of speaking, although you could say the patients I deal with are rather unusual.
In addition to medicine, Emilie is also very knowledgeable about botany. She's taught me a lot about the native flora around Fontaine.
At the very least, you'd look like a heroin addict at that point with all the fucking... Too many needles.
And that's where my expertise ends, I'm afraid. When it comes to breadth of knowledge, Tighnari certainly comes out on top.
A flower expert? Oh, Paimon's got it! You must be the expert Tighnari mentioned, the one in charge of the exhibition!
Wrong again, I'm afraid.
Well, I did come for the exhibition, but only to inquire about the Auguste variety. I'm not involved in any official capacity.
Oh, Paimon was sure she got it right this time.
The Auguste variety? What's that?
It's a kind of flower that was once popular in Fontaine. The perfume made from it also bears the same name, Auguste.
Auguste, huh? That's not a name you hear often nowadays.
In an ancient language, the word is said to mean sacred or noble. It's sometimes used as a name for people as well. Ah, that reminds me. Are you familiar with a historical event in Fontaine known as Perfume Mania?
Do those things have lenses, or is that just a really fucking weird frame for the sake of aesthetic? Not really.
Perfume Mania was an event that occurred in Fontaine nearly 20 years ago. It all started when several merchants released their own lines of high-end, expensive perfumes, marketing them as must-have luxury products, the very symbol of elegance itself.
What about almonds wasting
no one
water?
anticipated
Almonds are
the
like
absolute frenzy this would
the nut
create
you
on
should
the
be
market,
eating, right?
causing the price of
At least
perfumes
from
to skyrocket.
what I've been told.
The demand was twofold. What
By
some
those
saw
with
as
more
a
knowledge
status
than
symbol,
I.
most saw as a money-making opportunity. You could take advantage of the soaring price by hoarding them and reselling at even higher margins. The value of these products became so inflated, regular bottles of perfume were even going for hundreds of thousands of mora. This resulted in countless disputes and scams.
No, it went away. No, go back. Fuck. No, go back. Switch back. Don't show me the weather. Go back to what the... Damn, that sucks. I wanted to get a screenshot. Right under the chat, it said, very high pollen. And I'm like, yeah, no fucking shit. My wife gets irritated by female deodorant. So she usually uses male deodorant because it's less like, I don't know, floral. I'm not sure, but yeah, the smell of that irritates her.
But at the end of the day, perfume is just perfume. The market value greatly exceeded the intrinsic worth of the product, creating an economic bubble that was never going to last. Luckily, the Palais Mermonia recognized the danger and intervened before the craze could truly spread.
Fields use an
Many
absurd amount
profiteers
of
and
water.
scammers were thrown in jail as a result. In the end, only a few wealthy families were affected when the bubble popped.
So then, what the fuck do I eat? Almonds terrible for general water consumption. Cashews are fucking like the worst in terms of fattening. I guess just normal ass peanuts. Pecans are also super fucking fattening. That's good. Could have been a lot worse.
What does all this have to do with that Auguste you mentioned earlier?
Well, during the craze, the most popular perfume was none other than Auguste. The demand far exceeded the supply, to the point where it once sold for 10 million mora a bottle.
10 million? Then what about now?
Calm down, Paimon.
After the mania ended, most perfumes returned to a normal price. Auguste was the only exception.
Sunflower seeds are
Its
seeds,
namesake,
though, not
the flower
nuts.
used to create it,
I mean, I
went
get
extinct.
the
As a
similarity
result, no new
in
bottles
why
of
you'd bring
Auguste
that
have been
up.
made, and the value of the perfume remains exceedingly high.
Flower went extinct.
Indeed. The Auguste flower was not a natural variety, you see. It was specially cultivated for use in perfume making.
It's fine in that maybe it might not hurt your water, but like in terms of nuts, cashews are one of the worst you can eat for your body. Like overconsumption of it. As opposed to apparently dry, unsalted peanuts, which is the most boring fucking nut you can eat.
When the bubble popped, all the flower beds used for its cultivation were destroyed in a fire.
Are they considered
The variety
seeds?
has never been seen since.
But didn't you say you came to the exhibition to look for it?
Because I thought peanuts, for example, like, don't peanuts have a seed in it? So, like, they can't be a seed unless you're telling me there's a seed within a seed.
Ah, yes. I came to investigate a certain rumor that the Auguste flower has reappeared in Sumeru. It's causing quite the stir in the Fontaine perfume market.
Traveler, we should help Emilie look for it.
It's just a rumor, Paimon.
I have to agree. Emilie wrote me to ask if I could look into the rumor, but the forest rangers haven't received any reports of new plant species recently.
Even if I can locate the flower, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed, Paimon. I don't have any grand Mora-making endeavors planned. Divine, noble, one of a kind, all beautiful sentiments to be sure, but to me, they overshadow the very essence of the product. When it comes to perfume, I want people to forget the price and the prestige and focus on the beauty of the
Peanuts
fragrance
are the
itself.
seeds of the peanut plant.
Wow, so noble.
There you go.
Of course, there's also a more practical reason. In recent years, low-grade counterfeit versions of Auguste have been popping up on the Fontaine perfume market. Every so often, someone will claim to have recreated the unique scent of Auguste, and the rumor mill will start comparing the counterfeits to my own work.
Okay, that's more like the reason Paimon had in mind.
Ever since that rumor started, 3 new perfumes claiming to be made from the Auguste flower have appeared on the market. If I can dispel the fanaticism surrounding Auguste, even just by proving the rumor to be false, Fontaine's perfume market can finally start to get back to normal. Then I'll be free from all the stories and added meaning and just focus on making what I like.
That makes sense.
Either way, even if it's not for the more, we can still help you out.
Oh, I would of course be grateful for your help, but I wouldn't want to trouble you.
Well, you said it yourself. We're both travelers from abroad, so it's only right that we help each other out.
Ha! I suppose you're right. Then you have my thanks.
Based on the information I have so far, it's unclear if the rumor is true. Mr. Edgar also thinks it's too early to say, but you could always go talk to him. He was there all those years ago, after all. Maybe he'll know something.
Huh, I was just about to pay him a visit at the hotel.
Edgar? Who's that?
He lets you pet his ears when your friendship level's high enough.
The person you've been trying to guess this whole time. The flower expert in charge of the exhibition.
Wait, is that him?
He's also the most
Or am I thinking of somebody
respected and
else?
experienced perfumer in the area. Back when he was still working in Fontaine, Auguste was his creation.
I
should
know
also
Ganyu
mention,
does that too
he
with
was
her
my
horns.
teacher, the one who taught me the basics of perfumery when I apprenticed in Sumeru.
So this guy was
Apparently
a
her
famous
horns are actually
perfumer
super
in Fontaine,
sensitive.
But then he came to Sumeru to teach people from Fontaine? It sounds confusing.
It's a long story. If you're interested, we can talk more about it when we see him. He should be staying near the hotel.
Her voice is growing on me. When I first heard it, I didn't think I would like it, because it didn't really seem to fit her.
Who ate a poisonous mushroom this time?
That dude you were talking about. Actually, it was... Oh, no. Was it? I have to go up. Just drink oat milk. You want milk that's better for you than dairy milk.
Apparently, the exhibitor paid a large sum to rent out the hotel and surrounding buildings. They're being used as temporary storage facilities and lodging for exhibition personnel.
It tastes weird unless you're mixing it with like very specific, like there's certain things that actually accentuate it. There's a what is it? Is it a matcha tea that I get oat milk with? And like the oat milk I feel like makes it better. I don't think I've ever tried it on its own though. Seems a bit excessive.
Yeah, what if guests come early? They won't have anywhere to stay. Also, renting out this big of a hotel, how are they gonna make that more of that?
Jesus Christ. A few days? I'd never buy milk. I always, like, I never drink it all right away or use it. I don't really drink. I'm not a big milk drinker anymore. I was drinking Fairlife for a while, then I stopped. But I think Fairlife is non-dairy. There's something up with Fairlife where it's like, it was really attractive, but apparently now Fairlife's got their own shit going on. Fucking milk, man. Now I just usually use milk for, like, cooking purposes. Like they might have more to burn.
It's been so long, I almost didn't recognize you, Edgar.
Well, you and your brother haven't changed a bit.
Oh, yeah, all this catching up is nice and all, but let's get down to business. We need to talk about Kyria. Is he...
Hold on, we have guests.
You could just get unsalted sunflower seeds, though.
Emilie?
That would help a
Is
lot.
that you? Oh, it's been years. Look at you. You're all grown up. I've heard you've become quite the famous perfumer in Fontaine. It would seem the student has surpassed the master.
Oh, well, it's all thanks to your mentorship.
Ah, hardly. I taught you the basics. Hearing you call me master, well, I'm not sure I'm deserving of that title.
I honestly am not sure if I've ever actually had soy milk
Sumeru
before.
over the years, but I've yet to see one turn out quite as accomplished as you. You're the only one who can take credit for that success. And who are these two? I don't recall you mentioning them in your letter.
Ah, they're my new friends, the Traveler and Paimon.
Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Edgar.
Emily's friends. Well then, the
Friends?
pleasure is all mine.
Oh, you had
And
friends?
these two gentlemen? Are they friends of yours, Master?
Of course. We're perfume merchants from Fontaine.
Oh, so you should know who Emily
I'm
is.
Ood, and this here is my
Ood?
younger brother, Blaze.
Of course his name is
Edgar and the
Blaze.
two of us are old friends. Isn't that right, gentlemen?
Yes.
Merchant brothers?
You must be here to look for the August flower then.
Huh?
Well, what respectable perfume merchant hasn't heard of a Auguste? Anyone in the business would be interested in the rumors.
I'm guessing you're here for the same reason, Emily. We were just about to get into it, so you three might as well join in. I commissioned a few Eremites to do some scouting for me. They searched all over Sumeru, but there were no sightings of the August flower. That being said, there are people in Port Ormos who claim to have smelled a unique fragrance on the streets. Definitely floral, but still distinct. Some of them were merchants who lived in Fontaine 20 years ago. According to them, the fragrance smelled exactly like the August they remember from back then. A one-of-a-kind, divine, and noble scent.
Maybe someone around here just happens to have a bottle of August from back then.
No, I don't think so. I doubt that's the case. Even if someone had a bottle that was never opened, the fragrance of the perfume would have changed over time. Very few perfumes can go decades without a change in scent. A Ghost is even more prone to that kind of shift. Only a few bottles still exist in Fontaine, and their scent would have completely degraded by now.
Have a good night, Tom.
Although, could there be a flower out there with a similar fragrance? Or in accord with the same bass notes?
Impossible! If a Ghost were that easy to replicate, it would never have sold for such a high price all those years ago. The Ghost flower is back. It has to be.
Technically speaking, the scent wouldn't be impossible to imitate.
Well, let's table that question for now. Edgar, did any of those people mention where the scent was coming from?
No. By the time they realized they had smelled something, the scent was already gone. If I hadn't asked about it, they probably wouldn't have given the experience a second thought. Compared to things we see and hear, smells can be much easier to overlook.
It almost sounds like someone wearing the Auguste fragrance passed them on the street.
Wait, are you saying...
Just thinking out loud. Don't pay me any mind.
We don't have much to go off of right now, but we can't rule out that possibility. I'll send some more people to investigate. You all traveled so far to be here. Why don't you rest in the hotel for a bit? Oud, Blaze, this is the key to your room.
Ooh, you've got the keys to the rooms? Do we get free lodging too?
My apologies. All the rooms in the hotel are accounted for, I'm afraid. Most are being used for storage ahead of the exhibition, you see.
As opposed to storage centers?
I managed to tidy up one of the rooms for these two at the last minute. But by the time Emilie wrote to me, there was no more space left for her to stay.
Oh, and we just showed up out of the blue. Guess that means there's definitely no space for us.
That is correct.
I should have been more considerate. Here I am with an entire hotel at my disposal and no place to offer you to stay, even after you made the trip all the way to Sumeru.
Don't worry, Master. I can sleep on the boat tonight. Or I could even camp in the wild. It would give me the opportunity to collect some plant specimens while I'm here in Sumeru.
I'll come with.
Huh, even better. Although, would it be possible for me to leave some of my luggage here? It would be rather cumbersome to take it camping. It shouldn't take up too much space.
Well, about that.
Like Edgar and the others don't want anyone to stay near the hotel. They're also not trying to arouse any suspicion. I'm not just imagining things, am I? I have perception
Of course,
8.
no trouble at all. My brother and I will keep an eye on them for you, as long as you don't mind, mademoiselle.
All right, then. Oud, why don't you take Emilie inside and find a suitable place for her luggage? I'll prepare some refreshments and join you in a bit.
Never been in here before? I think so.
Whoa, the smell of flowers is so strong. Didn't Edgar say he tidied up around here? There's still so many flowers.
Oh, he is a perfumer.
I took a peek through the window earlier and his house was packed with flowers. Looks like this exhibition is gonna be huge.
All perfumers have houses filled with flowers?
No, that's a florist thing. We work closely with the essential oils of various plants. But to maintain a sharp sense of smell, most perfumers prefer to keep their homes free of strong odors.
Oh, guess there's just too much to store for the exhibition then.
Behind this door.
Oh, this room seems to be a connected suite, and my brother will be staying on the other side of the suite. Blaze, while you're out, why don't you bring our luggage over as well?
What was that?
Blaze!
Yes, of course.
The fuck was that?
All right, then. Where can we find your luggage, mademoiselle? Blaze will go fetch it for you.
It's still at the port. In addition to some daily necessities, there's also a case of amber wine that I brought back from Fontaine. Could I trouble you to bring that back as well? It would be the perfect way to repay you for your hospitality.
How generous. I should thank you on my brother's behalf. You stumbled upon his weakness. He's aloof about most things, but
he did
alcohol
turn
is
that
his
frown
one
upside
true
down
love.
really fast.
Is that so?
Amber wine, now that's a Fontaine specialty I've never heard of
Mr.
before.
Ood, Mr. Blaze, thanks for...
Hey! What are you doing?
That's Master's voice.
Quick, let's go see what's going on. I'll just go do it instead of talking about doing it.
Edgar!
Master!
Hey, Edgar! Are you alright? Can you hear me?
Who did this?
Kyria. Auguste.
Kyria.
Hey, Edgar? Edgar!
No, don't shake him. He's injured. Just leave him to me. You two can...
We'll investigate the scene.
Oh, thank you.
That strange smell around here. Is it coming from this bottle?
A small amount of liquid is left inside the bottle, and the streaks of residue can be seen on both the mouth and the sides of the vessel. It seems like someone forcibly poured out whatever was inside the bottle. The feeling the liquid in this bottle is...
Really? You think so?
a goose.
Do you think whoever did this was hiding in the flowers before they attacked Edgar?
There are no footprints in the flower beds, and it doesn't look like any of the branches or leaves have been disturbed. Unless the culprit was your size, it'd be pretty difficult.
True.
That makes sense. Long overdue.
I checked. It doesn't look like anyone passed through here.
Oh, but that's impossible. It's not like that kid can just grow some wings and fly away.
Kid?
Oh, the culprit, I mean. It's not like the culprit could have just disappeared into thin air.
Well, we looked all over, but the only clue we found was that bottle.
The most important thing we can do now is focus our efforts on treating Master. Can you help me move him inside?
Absolutely.
So, how's he doing?
When I administered emergency treatment, I discovered a residue in his nose and mouth. Master was most likely forced to ingest a certain liquid. He's still unconscious, and inducing vomiting could obstruct his airways. We'll have to look into other clues for now.
Hello, Verma. How's it going? Found this bottle just now.
Ah, yes. The scent is the same, but the chemical composition is still unclear. We'll have to do further tests to determine if it's the same liquid and how toxic it is to the human body. But first, I do believe there are two people who could shed some light on the situation. Mr. Sylvain, Mr. Lucien.
Wait, you know...
Hey! Were you talking to us, mademoiselle? I'm afraid we've never heard of those names before.
Before arriving in Sumeru, I asked a friend from the Special Patrol to look into the creators of Auguste. There were 4 people in total. The perfumer, Edgar, the one thrust into the limelight, and 3 others.
Just as long as it's not as
from Sumeru
long as
responsible for
Sigewinne's, 'cause
cultivating the
holy
Auguste flower,
fuck.
and
Almost
2
3
merchant
hours?
brothers
Mm-mm.
responsible for promoting the product on the market. The 2 brothers capitalized on the mythos surrounding Auguste. Their actions lured in numerous speculators and profiteers, inflating the price of Auguste even further. In the end, they were sent to the Fortress of Meripede for falsifying their accounts and destabilizing the market. If you do the math, they should be out of prison by now.
And what does that have to do with us? There are countless merchant families in Fontaine. You gonna accuse them of being criminals too?
Every time your brother called you Blaze, it took you several seconds to respond. But when I called you Lucien just now, the name registered immediately.
Ah, Miss Emilie, out of respect for your position as a famous perfumer in Fontaine, I'm inclined to believe that was simply a poor attempt at humor. You have a bright future ahead of you. You wouldn't want to develop a reputation as someone who throws around false accusations, especially among merchant circles.
You claim to be regular perfume merchants, and yet, when I brought up amber wine, you took it to be alcohol.
What?
Just as I thought.
Amber wine is a perfume I created several years ago. It wasn't particularly renowned, but I'm certain any respectable perfume merchant in Fontaine would know of it. Unless, until recently, they were living somewhere completely cut off from the perfume world. Somewhere like the Fortress of Meripede, perhaps?
Emilie, you little...
Don't even think about it. Yes! This should happen so much more often than it actually does.
I don't bring this up to criticize you. No matter what happened all those years ago,
yes!
The court has already passed its judgment. But Master's life is in danger. We need to learn whatever we can about the person who has done this.
That sounds like what they call like the comedian's comedian, or the actor's actors. Like, general public might not know about it, but if anyone who's anyone in the circles of being a comedian or an actor knows these comedians are actors. I mean, it's a thing. I have not gone for any constellations. I don't actually know what her constellations are. Oh, I should ask Tal if he got one of her constellations again. He gets one every time she comes around.
If Master's attack had something to do with Auguste, I would imagine the 2 of you might also be in danger. So I'd like to trouble you for some information, if I may. Tell me about Kyria.
Fine, as you wish.
Sylvain?
Lucien, if this will help us find Kyria, then it will be all worth it. Besides, we've already told most of the stuff to the Maison Orderly anyway. You were right, Miss Emilie. There were 4 of us at the beginning. Myself, Lucien, Edgar, and a researcher from Sumeru in charge of flower cultivation, Vijava. Sometime down the road, the Marechaussee Phantom came knocking, saddled us with a list of accusations, and started looking into our books. Oh, they did their meddling, and my brother Edgar and I were forced to serve time in the fortress as a result.
It's weird. Did she not know that Edgar served time, or did she know that and just never brought it up?
Sounds like he's still upset about that. Wait, then how did Edgar end up in Sumeru?
Master was convicted as an accomplice, so he only had to serve a few years. He decided to move to Sumeru so that he could put those events behind him. Still, Master was depressed for a long time after that. He stopped making new perfumes and focused on introducing students to the craft instead. That's how I met him. My parents had to relocate to Sumeru for work when I was a child, so I had the chance to study under him for a little while. But we can talk about that some other time. I want to hear more about this researcher, Vijava.
Like us, Vijava was also staring down an investigation from the Marechaussee Phantom. But before the Phantom showed up at her door, she set all the flower beds on fire, along with much of the mora we managed to earn. All the Auguste flowers, everything we worked to create. was reduced to nothing but a pile of ash.
But destroying all that evidence, wouldn't that make things worse for her?
It didn't matter at that point, because she died in the fire as well.
God damn.
What?
Sounds like you did an investigation of your own. Why even ask us if you knew all of this already?
So far, Kiria's name still hasn't come up.
The name wasn't mentioned in any of the files I reviewed either. But you two seem quite familiar with him.
Kiria was Vijava's younger brother. He was just a clueless kid back then. Somewhere in his teens, I think. He helped his sister with her work sometimes, but that was pretty much it. He didn't have any idea what we were doing. Vijava kept him close most of the time. The three of us were probably the only ones who even knew she had a brother.
That would be pretty
After
impressive.
Our operation was compromised. He disappeared. There were no signs of him until recently, when people started saying the August flower had reappeared in Sumeru.
So, you think Kiria took something with him back then? Something that allowed him to reproduce the August flower?
Vijava doted on the kid like you wouldn't believe. She even told us to give her cut to her brother if anything happened to her. If she left something behind before she died, believe me, Kiria's the one that has it.
And judging by the liquid in that bottle, the August flower wasn't the only thing he reproduced. He managed to replicate the perfume itself.
That is a wonderful
So
bottle.
the liquid Edgar was forced to ingest really was August. Wait, does that mean August is poison?
Poison? No. Of course not. No perfume is meant to be ingested. Even
Right.
small amounts can
It's
be
not necessarily
dangerous, let alone ingesting a whole
Like,
bottle
would you
at
drink
once.
perfume?
If
No, I'm pretty
August
sure that
could
wouldn't
be
work out
considered
well.
a poison, we wouldn't have even sold half a bottle back then. Edgar fell unconscious because Kiria forced him to drink perfume. It just happened to be August.
Strange. Sophia seems nervous all of a sudden. Why did Kiria attack Edgar?
He probably thought we had something to do with his sister's death. But to tell you the truth, I have no idea why she did all that. We're not looking for Kiria because we have it out for him. We just wanted to see how he was doing. And, if possible, work together to bring back August. We only went to prison for a bit of fraud
Just
and
a
market
bit of
manipulation.
fraud and market
It
manipulation?
had nothing to do with the product itself.
Ah.
As long as we keep things honest this time around, bringing the product back to market would almost be like honoring his sister's memory.
Oh, God.
So that's why you never mentioned Kiria during your interrogation?
Yes, exactly. We were just looking out for the kid.
Anyway, that's all we know. If you're looking for information on what's in August, or what to do if you ingest it, there are only two people to ask. Edgar or Kiria himself.
Well, at least we're able to say for certain that the substance Edgar ingested was in fact August. That gives us a direction for further testing. Well then, I'd say that was a very enlightening discussion.
Well, glad to hear it. Lucian, let's head back to the room and rest a bit. With everything that's happened, there are things that need reconsidering.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, that doesn't sound ominous at all. Dude is horrible at not sounding evil. Still hiding some. Yeah, no shit.
You think so too? That does seem to be the case. Pity we don't have more evidence. But based on Sylvain's tone of voice just now, I suspect further questioning will only result in more made-up answers.
The way you exposed them like that, just based on a hunch? That was genius!
Really, just a perfumer who looks after people in your spare time?
Oh, right! Earlier you said you were only sort of a doctor, and that your patients were unusual.
Oh yes, that's because most of the patients I encounter are already dead.
So you're a forensic doctor?
Close. I'm actually a forensic cleaner. Once the forensic team and the Marushise Phantom are done collecting evidence from the scene, I'm in charge of clearing away the final traces my patients leave on the world.
Holy shit.
In fact, with just a small alteration to the formula, the same tincture used as the base of perfume can also be made into a cleaning agent. Basically, there are two sides to forensics.
And yeah,
Those
that
who
would
collect
suggest that you
evidence to
should not
expose the
drink
truth,
perfume.
and those who clean up the smells, bloodstains, and other substances left behind at the scene. I've learned a lot in my line of work, and I've witnessed a lot of death. But this time, we may still save the patient. Actually, Traveler, could I trouble you to report back to Tainari and the officers at Port Ormos? We should update them on the situation.
Yep.
I'll stay here and continue to look after Master. Now that we have a sample of Auguste, I'm hoping further analysis won't be too difficult.
I know, right? We'll start referring to her as the cleaner. No, and they're probably not going to explain what Paimon is until close to the end. The Tainari's already in my party.
Whoa, why the rush? Did something happen?
Yeah, so there's probably going to be something.
Edgar was attacked.
Like what they
He's
did
the
with
most famous
Honkai,
perfumer in the region.
Third Impact.
Someone who's helped countless people around Port Ormos.
They ended their first story.
Sheriff,
and started
have you
another
received
one.
any reports of a suspicious
So that's
individual
probably
fleeing
what's
through the
going to happen
bazaar?
in Genshin.
No,
Yes.
but we've got eyes all over the area. I'm sure someone's seen Kiria. I'll start gathering my forces. We won't let him get away.
Start gathering my forces. That was some Patrick Warburton right
What
there.
about you, Tainari? Do you
I'll
have a
start
plan?
gathering my forces. I can't do it.
Hmm.
Hey, Peter.
I'm sure the sheriff
Start
can handle
gathering
things
my
over at the scene, and I doubt Emily needs my help looking after Mr. Edgar.
But she said she's not a real doctor.
Then she was far too modest. She may not be a doctor by trade, but she has a deeper understanding of human anatomy and pharmacology than most scholars from the Amurta Darshan. Not to mention the fact that Mr. Edgar's condition is related to perfume. Emily is certainly in the best position to help him. As for me, I'll head to the academia and see what I can learn about Vijava and Kiria.
Oh, that's right! Vijava was supposed to be a scholar from Sumeru. Do you recognize the name?
From Emily's letter, certainly, but that was the first time I'd heard of it. The academia produces a lot of scholars, and there are plenty of graduates who choose to pursue a career outside their darshan. I didn't have time to look into it earlier, but now it seems like Vijava's past could be critical to getting to the bottom of what happened to Mr. Edgar. I have friends in Sumeru City that can help me investigate. With any luck, we'll have news to share by tomorrow. I'll leave you and Emily to watch over things here in Port Ormos.
What, so we get to, like, police it? Do I get to walk around and serve my own vigilante justice? Because, not gonna lie, I have some aggression to take out on some randos.
Well, it's been a day. Wonder if Tainari's discovered anything. But things weren't looking good with Emily's master yesterday. We should check on things at the hotel first. Emily!
How's Edgar?
No longer in critical condition, thankfully. He's still very weak, but with a bit more rest, he should regain consciousness soon. My chemical analysis of a goose also went smoothly, although it certainly raised some questions.
Questions?
I was able to identify the components that give the substance its fragrance, but I also noticed an abnormal trace of elemental energy in the sample.
Elemental energy?
Did that have an effect on the body?
Hard to say. It was such a minute amount, proportionally speaking, like mixing a single drop of perfume into the ocean. I had to use one of the newest tests developed in recent years to even detect the traces present in the sample. Unless you were abnormally sensitive to elemental energy, I doubt it would have any effect, even if you use the product every day for 10 years. As for whether Master's condition was caused by the elemental energy present in the sample or some other component of the perfume, it's still too early to say.
Oh, that reminds Paimon. Did Tighnari come and find you? Maybe we could ask him to take a look.
I received a message from him last night, but I haven't heard anything since. The message said he was looking into some information at the academia.
Oh, Paimon thought he might have stopped by to see you first. Excuse me? Is Miss Emilie here?
Kale!
Oh, perfect! Familiar faces! Traveler, Paimon, you're here too!
Kale. Ah, of course. Tighnari's apprentice. He's mentioned you many times. It's a pleasure to finally meet you.
This is...
And please, no need for formalities. Emilie is just fine.
Actually, the all Dendro squad.
Okay.
Jesus.
Nice to meet you too, Miss, Emilie.
Although Mono Dendro's
Did Tighnari
pretty
send you
worthless.
here, Kale?
Unless you're fighting in the water.
Yep. Master and the others went through decades worth of records last night, and still haven't had a chance to rest. I'm fast on my feet, so it only made sense for me to come and give you an update. Anyway, based on what they've reviewed so far, they believe there's no indication that a researcher by the name of Vijava ever passed through the academia.
Been an alias?
Master considered that possibility as well, but the name wasn't the only dead end. Master tried to track down people with a similar research direction or background, but also couldn't find a match. How is that possible?
Maybe her identity as a researcher from Sumeru was a ruse.
It's starting to seem very likely. If we want to figure out her true identity, I'm afraid another conversation with those two merchants might be our only...
Hey! Lucian!
Voice, it's
Sylvain! Wait, you don't think Curio came back, do you?
Ow! It just came past us like that? We
seems
just didn't notice?
impossible. If someone came in or out of the hotel just now, we would have seen them.
Voice of reason. Let's go inside and check. Alright, later, Mope. Have a good evening. Now it's more likely to happen sooner rather than later.
It's locked?
I'll try to break it open.
Lucian! Lucian! Come on! Wake up!
You just drank too much. Is he gonna be okay?
Emilie, Emilie, my brother, he's gonna be okay, right? He's just unconscious. Like what happened to Edgar.
I'm sorry, Mr. Sylvain, but we were too late this time.
Damn, he's dead?
Oh, no, that's not possible.
Traveler, Kale, Mr. Sylvain has gone through a huge shock.
Yeah,
He
no
needs some
shit.
space to calm down. Could one of you take him next door? It's not good for him to look at his brother's body like this.
Of course. Leave it to me.
I'll notify the sheriff.
Thank you both. Mr. Sylvain, let's get you up. Here, take my hand. Nice and slow. We'll take things from here. Just focus on getting some rest. Here, this way.
Poor guy. He's like a shell of his former self.
Yeah,
He may
no
have
shit,
made
his
some
brother
bad
just
decisions
died.
in life, but right now, Paimon can't help but feel sorry for him.
Good person or bad, the death of a loved one is equally painful.
Well, for some bad
All the
people,
moments
that's not the
he
case
shared
because
with
they
his
never
brother,
cared.
every hardship and triumph they endured together, are now memories he has to carry alone.
Maybe that's what Kiria
If
wanted.
Kiria really was behind this, then what exactly did he do to Lucien?
Lucien can no longer speak, but the traces left behind by his death most certainly can. Traveler, I've got things covered here at the scene. I'll leave you to contact the sheriff.
Who would have thought? Yesterday's case is still up in the air, and now this happens. Miss Emilie, I heard you're an experienced forensic doctor. Have you been able to discover anything?
Oh, I'm not actually a forensic doctor. I just happen to have some relevant knowledge. I did take a look, though. Judging by the temperature and rigidity of the body, it appears the time of death was sometime last night. I'd have to do a more thorough investigation to find out more.
Then, would you mind helping us investigate? Before he left, Tainari said we could trust your judgment if something like this were to happen.
Of course, I appreciate your trust. Many of the traces left behind at the scene will fade with time, so the sooner we investigate, the better.
We'll help too. We don't know much about dead bodies, but you can leave the other clues to us.
Bag is stuffed with clothes and other daily necessities. Space inside cabin is divided into various compartments. Doesn't look like a person can hide in there. Scent slowly rising in the air. It seems familiar somehow. Door leads to the hallway. The lock broke when we forced our way in. It was probably locked last night.
And the windows are shut tight too. Seems like the only way to get in would have been through Sylvain's room.
Corners are filled with flowers from different nations. The fragrance is incredibly strong.
Well, looks like we've investigated as much as we can. Let's go report back to Emilie and Shiam.
So, did you find anything?
The only way in would have been through Sylvain's room.
Paimon can show you. Here, it'd be something like this.
Where'd you get paper and a... Okay. A locked room mystery.
But entering through the room next door without alerting Sylvain... Wait, you don't think Sylvain could have been the one who...
No, his reaction to the loss of his brother seemed genuine, and he doesn't have a motive.
Then what could have happened last night? I know Sylvain is still in shock, but he's our only available witness. We have to take his statement.
I agree. Also, I've made some new discoveries, so we might as well head next door and go through everything together.
Mr. Sylvain, I need you to tell me everything you and your brother did since yesterday afternoon. Did you see or hear anything strange?
After Kiria attacked Edgar, my brother and I were incredibly careful. we returned to our rooms and decided to lock all the doors leading to the hallway. The only door we kept unlocked was the one connecting our rooms. That way, if we heard any commotion coming from the other room, we could help each other.
So
But I didn't
we
hear any
run
sort of
out.
commotion last night. Not a single noise.
Runs in.
I woke up this morning, opened
Where
the door,
would he have
and
hidden?
Lucien.
The cabinet's not big
Lucien
enough for a
was-
person.
So, no movement from the room next door. No forced entry via Sylvain's room. No signs of a struggle at the scene. And no external injury on Lucien's body. What kind of cause of death are we dealing with here?
I did notice a few things about the body. Lucien's pupils were dilated and his skin was flushed, very similar to Master's symptoms after the attack yesterday. There weren't any traces of liquid in his mouth or nose, so it's unlikely he was forced to ingest anything. The more plausible explanation is that he inhaled a substance without knowing it, and I'd say that substance was likely a goose.
A goose?
A goose? No, that's not possible. Inhaling a goose won't kill you. And anyway, it would have been for just one night.
Nope. I never got around to playing it and many other games on my list of stuff to play. You're saying prolonged exposure is dangerous?
No, that's not what I meant.
Haven't been able to speedrun.
Emilie, you ran your tests.
Playing
didn't
this
you?
and
Go on. Tell everyone whether you found any poison.
Star Rail.
No, I didn't find any common toxins.
See? A goose is harmless. The market response proved that years ago.
A goose?
That may be true for most people, but not for everyone.
Master!
Okay, Mr. Badass, how about you sit down?
You're up and about already?
Thanks to Emilie, I'm out of the woods for now.
I don't mean you should be walking around.
Sylvain, no matter how hard you may try to hide it, the truth will always come to light.
Edgar!
Even if we could keep it a secret for another 10 or 20 years, do you think Kyria would just let us be? No, he would never give up. Not if he's doing all of this for Yelena.
Yelena? The girl with the obvious alias. Like, come on now.
That's Vijava's real name.
Oh my god.
Yelena wasn't a scholar from Sumeru.
Oh shit.
She was an exiled Fatus from Snezhnaya.
A Fatus?
The Fatui. Well, that means the elemental energy present in Auguste was...
Ah,
delusion?
So you've already detected it. Well, Sylvain, looks like there's truly no reason to hide things now.
Oh.
The Auguste flower was created with the mutative and distorting power
Ding.
of a delusion.
A delusion?
The Fatui, delusions... I never would have thought Auguste was hiding this many secrets.
Born of a delusion, Auguste contained distorted elemental energy. A prolonged exposure over many years could have a harmful effect on the body.
That's enough, Edgar. I'll take it from here.
So, for those that don't know, each of the characters you've seen with the little gem on them, that's like a different color, although it's been mostly green here in the story. Those are called visions, and they're gifted to you from on high. It's something that just appears. A delusion is basically an artificial vision created by the Fatui in Snezhnaya to give even their troops who don't have visions like elemental powers, but they're super fucking dangerous and can lead to people's like general constitution degrading over time if you were to like keep using it.
At first, Yelena wanted to keep refining the perfume and the flower, but no one knew how long the perfume mania was going to last back then. It didn't have any effect on ordinary people anyway. Every day we postponed going to market was another day of lost earning potential.
So you decided poisoning people was worth the risk?
Listen, it's not like it was good for business. But all that talk about a goose being harmful over time, Yelena was just speculating. The impact was practically negligible. Unless you were particularly sensitive to elemental energy or had an entire bottle shoved down your throat like Edgar. You could use the product for decades and be completely fine.
It may be true there are no records of Auguste poisoning in Fontaine. But even if no one was acutely poisoned, willfully bringing a product to market despite explicit knowledge of its harmful effects is still a serious crime.
Fine and noble Auguste originating from a delusion. If the truth came out, the market for your product would be destroyed. No fucking shit. Can I say something that isn't obvious
That
for once?
explains why you were so intent
I'm
on
literally
keeping
adding
Yelena
nothing.
and Kiria's involvement a secret all this time, despite readily confessing to all your financial crimes. The Fatui, delusions, Auguste. If the Marechaussee Phantom discovered the connection between the three, there would have been enough evidence to send
Hello
you to
there,
the Fortress of Meripede for life.
Ha! If I'd known coming to Sumeru would put a target on my back, I would have been more than happy to stay there. At least that way, Lucian would still be alive. All these years without any sign of Kyria, and he pops up out of nowhere the minute my brother and I get out of prison? It couldn't be any clearer who the kid's after. Auguste was harmless before. The fact that it's killing people all of a sudden must be his doing as well.
So there's bad blood between you.
What about Yelena's
Well, that's
death?
even more obvious.
Was that a cover-up too? A way to destroy evidence?
I'll admit, we thought about it at one point. We took care to disguise the product circulating on the market, and no one was questioning Yelena's fake identity. But if the Marechaussee Phantom decided to look into the flower beds, it would have been the end. Yelena's ties to the Fatui, the role of the delusion, everything would have been exposed. Before we could even put our plan in motion, Yelena beat us to it. She burned all her flower beds and threw herself into the fire as well.
But if her goal was to destroy evidence, there would have been no reason to do that to herself. Yeah, she could have just burned the flower beds and fled with her brother.
I thought about it for a long time, but it wasn't until just now that I finally understood her reasoning. Everything she did, it was for her brother, Kyria. One of the reasons they defected from the Fatui was the deterioration of Yelena's body due to her excessive use of a delusion. She didn't want her brother to follow in her footsteps after her death. After arriving in Fontaine, Yelena continued using the delusion to cultivate the Auguste flower, weakening her body even further. There were times when she couldn't even walk.
Jesus
so
Christ.
She couldn't flee with her brother because she was afraid of holding him back.
If her true identity was exposed, she and her brother would face pressure from both Snezhnaya and Fontaine. The Auguste flower and Yelena's own corroded body both bore the mark of a delusion. There would have been no way to avoid suspicion. So, in the end, she burnt it all to ash, including herself. With all the evidence erased, Kyria was free to take the Mora and run.
So the wealth you earned from Auguste, it wasn't destroyed in the fire. Yelena gave it to her brother?
Most likely. Before Yelena died, she said if anything happened to her, she was going to leave everything to her brother. We just didn't realize she meant our cut as well. That's why Lucian and I were searching for Kyria, to take back Armora and the Auguste flower. We just didn't realize Kyria was baiting us the whole time. It was all a trap.
And that he might have been a wee bit angry?
But why is Kyria out for revenge anyway? Doesn't he know about Yelena's decision to sacrifice herself?
I don't think he knew his sister was nearing death. Yelena always wore heavy makeup around him to conceal her deteriorating appearance. She kept herself busy with work to keep out of sight. That way her brother wouldn't notice how she could barely walk.
Then all we'll need to do is tell Kyria what really happened, and then he'll give up on his revenge.
I'm not so sure. Even if he knew the truth, he'd still find someone to blame. He might think Yelena was forced into using a delusion to cultivate a ghost, or something like that. It's hard to pull yourself out of that kind of hatred, especially when you've been living in that headspace for so many years.
Very true. Even if Yelena's death was her own choice, I wouldn't call myself innocent either.
Edgar, what are you talking about?
Think about it, Sylvain. If we hadn't been in such a hurry to capitalize on the perfume mania all those years ago, do you think Yelena would have elected to take those risks?
Well, are you?
If we hadn't been so blinded by greed, so insistent on increasing the scale of the flower cultivation, do you think Yelena's health would have deteriorated as fast as it did? If we hadn't invited the Marechaussee Phantom to our doorstep by breaking the law at every turn,
drunk
Yelena
off
could have
of
survived.
stream watching, am I
She
right?
knew her limits. She knew her days were numbered. Maybe it was for her brother, but she was in it for the Mora just as much as us. We were just trying to earn a bit of Mora. And what, we deserve to die for that? Target me for being the mastermind, sure. But what about Lucian? He was just following my orders. Lucian's crime, was it really so extreme that he had to pay for it with his life?
Scarlet gets it. Drunk off of pure entertainment.
The only person that can answer that question is a judge.
The jurisdiction in which the case would be brought.
Fine. I've said my piece anyway. Drag me back to Fontaine to stand trial. I don't care.
What would
Three people from Fontaine, one from Snezhnaya, and a crime committed in Port Ormos. What a headache.
What would he be charged with? I guess bringing something on the market that could have been hazardous? But in terms of what happened to the what's Yelena, that not his faults, at least in terms of the eyes of the law. What's going to happen?
Well, we can only wait until the Academia sends someone to deal with it. I'm guessing we'll have to contact Fontaine as well. In any case, we won't really know anything until tomorrow. With the exhibition, we don't even have space in Port Ormos to detain anyone. Such a headache.
That seems like an oversight.
The hotel could suffice. You could station a few officers to keep an eye on Sylvain and myself. Although with Sylvain's mental state and my physical one, I don't think you need to worry about a jailbreak.
Mr. Edgar, are you saying...
If Sylvain is to stand trial, then I deserve the same fate. A crime is a crime, accomplice or not. I'd just like to take care of a few things before I go.
Again, can we
Say
establish what
goodbye
the
to
actual
my
charges
plants
would be?
and all that. As for Sylvain,
Because he can't be charged for the same
I'm sure
fucking
he
thing
also
again.
has some goodbyes of his own.
Well, I
Would
guess
you be willing
endangering
to
people
grant
would be
that
the thing,
request,
I would think.
Sheriff?
Well, all right. I'll talk to the academia. No matter who you were in Fontaine or what crimes you committed, the man we grew to know in Sumeru proved himself to be a good person. Your request is granted.
Can you potentially go to
You
the
have
hospital?
my thanks, Sheriff.
That you do not succumb to alcohol poisoning. If we wait until tomorrow, doesn't that mean something could still happen tonight?
Happen tonight? Oh, you mean the possibility that Kyria might try to finish what he started?
Yeah, all we know is that he uses a goose to poison people, but we still have no idea how to catch him in the act. If he targets Sylvain or Edgar again, we might not be able to stop him.
That may be true, but what if we can take advantage of his desperation?
I mean, you piss out what gets absorbed into the blood? Desperation.
If we take advantage of this situation
Liver, right?
and lure him in on purpose, we might finally have the chance to talk to him.
Master, no. That's too dangerous.
So, that's your plan. If Kyria learns we're being taken away tomorrow, his last chance to enact his revenge would be tonight. In other words, you want to use us as bait to capture him.
Capture? Not necessarily. I just want to talk. What? Are you afraid of him?
Afraid? This is my only chance to make him pay for what he did. I'm spending the rest of my life in prison anyway. I can't just sit back and let him ride off into the sunset
why?
with our fortune.
I don't think that would constitute a life
No
sentence.
way I'm letting him get away with it. Not after what he did to Lucian.
Not like he killed everybody.
As for the danger, everyone else just needs to make preparations in advance to protect us.
I'll admit, it could work. We just need to spread the word that Edgar and Sylvain are leaving tomorrow. Then I'll station some of my men around the hotel. If we have your assistance as well, our chance of success would be even higher.
I still have some reservations. But if you insist on carrying out this plan, I won't deny you my help.
We'll stand guard
I'll
with
also
you.
keep watch.
Although I think Sylvain and myself should remain alone in our respective rooms. If Kyria noticed another person in the room, he might decide to turn back. And besides, it's possible he's already transformed Auguste into a potent toxic gas.
You mean if he doesn't see a way to get his hands on the two of you, he might get so desperate that he'll just start using a goose on everybody?
If that were to happen, everyone standing guard, even the innocent citizens in Port Ormos would all be in danger.
That's why everyone else needs to keep to the shadows.
You're still recovering. You need to rest.
This old pack of bones doesn't bounce back like it used to.
I can't flip feet.
I
can't relate to
suppose
that, no.
I'll just have to leave the rest to you.
All right, we can figure out a plan to keep watch later. Right now, I say we split up, start spreading that information before it's too late.
Thought everyone resorted to terrorism at the slightest inconvenience? Well, apparently this guy does. Or might.
Have you heard? Mr. Edgar's been detained. He's being taken away tomorrow.
What? He's the one who helped craft all the fragrances for our shop.
He taught my child how to make perfume. How could this happen?
He hasn't been convicted yet. Let's just wait and see what the court has to say.
Oh, everyone on the street
Okay,
is
Mr.
talking about the
Random
rumors.
fucking British
No matter where
accent
Kyria's
out of
hiding, you
nowhere.
must have heard them by now. Let's head back to the hotel and take a break. We can see how the other preparations are going while we're at it.
I guess he could have came from somewhere that has that accent.
if Xian wants to talk to you and the Traveler about our plans for the Night Watch.
Thank you, Kale. But first, here, I prepared a kind of herbal tea that helps calm the spirit. Why don't you have some?
Sounds wonderful right about now.
That's very kind of you, but I'm okay.
Oh, it's not good to be so tense, especially when we've got a long night ahead of us. I don't mean to put you on the spot, but I couldn't help but notice that something seems to be on your mind.
Was it that obvious?
You seem very preoccupied with Kyria's revenge. If there's anything you want to talk about, I'm happy to listen.
Oh, Hey, Emilie, Kale. Oh, are we interrupting something? No, not at all. This will be easier to talk through with you here anyway. I've just been thinking. If Kyria has the capacity to commit murder while remaining completely undetected, why didn't he target Sigewinne along with Lucien last night? There was just a single door separating them. If his intention was to target both brothers, then there was barely anything standing in his way. Don't you think? When I accompanied Sigewinne to his room after Lucien died, and saw how distraught he was, I suddenly realized, maybe Kyria did that on purpose. Maybe he wanted Sigewinne to experience the pain of losing a loved one before he completed his ultimate revenge.
So did he attack Edgar as a warning then? To scare Sigewinne and Lucien?
Based on what we've heard about Kyria, that may very well be the case.
Losing his sister all those years ago. What has been going through his head? What has he been forced to endure? Whenever I get to thinking like that, I just can't help but wonder. If I were in his place, would I be able to let go of that hatred?
Ollie.
I'm sorry. I know I shouldn't think like that. Not after everything he's done. But
This is interesting
I just can't help it.
as a story,
There's
just insofar
nothing
as there's
wrong with
this
the way you're
character
feeling.
that's like in the
Empathy is
shadows
a
and we're
part
not
of
going to see
human
till like
nature.
the very end.
In all my years of cleaning up crime scenes, I've witnessed countless families mourn their loved ones. Their cries of devastation and anger still echo through my mind, even now. Some of them even try to stop me, begging me not to erase the last remnants of their loved ones.
Shouldn't they not be around when you're doing that?
Getting swept up in those emotions will corrupt your judgment. Surround yourself with fragrance for too long, and your sense of smell will become dull. Allow yourself to be consumed by your emotions, and you lose the ability to think rationally. So while you hold on to that sense of empathy, you also need to ask yourself, do Sigewinne and Lucien really deserve to die? How much did they truly know about the Fatui and the delusion? Did they force Yelena to make those decisions? Answering those questions requires a lot of time and evidence, while a single act of vengeance can put those answers forever out of our reach. I've witnessed a lot of deaths in Fontaine. When someone dies, a certain amount of information can be inferred from the traces left behind at the scene. But generally speaking, death will just leave most questions unanswered, and the whole picture ever incomplete.
Once you're consumed by hatred, it will become next to impossible to think about things that way. For someone like Kyria, I'm sure right and wrong lost all meaning a long time ago.
You're right. The fact that we can approach these questions from this perspective isn't because we're more rational than them. It's because we're fortunate enough not to have suffered that kind of loss. But that also makes us perfectly positioned to stand on the outside and try to pull them back from the brink before it's too late. I understand Kyria's decision, but I still want to stop him. Master, Sigewinne, and Kyria. They all deserve to survive.
Huh. The fortunate and the unfortunate.
Did he hear us all the way from over there?
Emilie, Traveler. Huh? Edgar, you're here too?
Oh, it's you two! Didn't you head back to your room to rest, Edgar? Is it really okay for you to be out and about like this?
A little exercise never hurt anyone. Besides, I don't have much time left in Sumeru. So I'd like to take care of my plants while I still can.
We could do that for you, Master.
No need. I've grown attached to these flowers, and this is my last chance to say goodbye. Come tomorrow. I'll be happy to entrust their care to you.
What the fuck are we supposed to do with them?
Imagine Sheriff Sham is here for a more important reason.
The Night Watch. You mentioned earlier that we still need to confirm our plans.
That's right. I've stationed some of my men around the surrounding area, but we still don't have anyone standing guard next to Sylvain's room.
You mean in Lucia's room?
Exactly. After some discussion, we concluded that Sylvain has the highest risk of being attacked next. You're the most skilled fighter here, Traveler. And Emilie's expertise is sure to come in handy in a pinch. That's why I want you two stationed next to Sylvain's room. So, are you up for it?
Let's go.
Sounds perfectly reasonable. I'll be glad to have your help tonight, Traveler.
Ugh. Seems like the only time we're actually gonna have to fight anything. So...
Anything I can help you with?
There is...
Time to get down to business.
I do not. Case is that.
Huh. Not a peep. Has Kirya given up on his revenge?
It's like that?
Guess we'll have to keep at it. Still nothing unusual. Paimon took a peek into the room next door and Sylvain's already sleeping.
Yam hasn't issued a warning either.
Perhaps Kirya's true motive was simply forcing Sylvain to confess his crimes. No, that can't be right. If all he wanted was for Sylvain to be convicted for his true crimes, he could have tipped off the Marechaussee Phantom years ago.
Well, not if he then wanted to kill Lucien and then have him go back. Like, I don't understand why that isn't a possibility. Because then there is okay reason to stop there?
There must be something we're missing. Something extremely important.
Maybe we just need to calm down a little. How about some tea? That herbal blend from earlier was pretty tasty.
Can't abandon our post.
You're right. Maybe we can look for a different distraction then, like looking at the flowers. Oh, there's a glaze lily here. Paimon didn't notice it earlier.
Oh! I think I have heard of that event before, but didn't know the name. Was he sentenced to 7 years because they're looking at it as like an incitement event where like did it out of pure rage because they only bloom at night?
Flowers, glaze lilies, incense. Oh no! Sylvain's room! Quick!
Wait, what?
Well, not unless another person does something to his kid.
Hey, did you hear? Someone was attacked again last night.
It was the older of the merchant brothers, right?
Yeah, I think his name was Sigewinne. Poor guy was murdered in cold blood.
First it was Mr. Edgar, then that merchant named Lucian, and now this.
Listen up, everyone. This is an active crime scene. Please, no loitering.
It's been 3 days and they haven't even caught a glimpse of the guy. What is going on?
Do you think it could be the work of an evil spirit? I mean, how do you get away with something like that with so many people watching?
Keep it moving, everyone. No loitering.
Use the incense. I'm right, but how would that have killed?
I suppose I'm next.
You don't know that. Kyria already attacked you once, and you survived. Perhaps he doesn't consider your crime to be worthy of death.
You were the only reason I managed to survive, Emilie. I never did thank you for that, did I?
Even if I wasn't there, Tainari was also in the vicinity. He would have been able to help.
Is that so? I suppose I'm a very fortunate person then. I have exceptional students, caring friends, and the respect of my peers. If it is indeed my time to go, then I'll die without regrets. But Kyria has nothing. Yelena is gone. Now his enemies are too. It really makes you wonder if there's even a reason to keep on living.
If you really want an answer, I suppose you'll have to ask Kyria himself once we finally catch him.
Well, I hope it all goes well. Emilie, there's something else I'd like to ask of you. With everything that's happened, holding the exhibition is off the table now. But so many flowers were transported here for the show, some of them thousands of miles away from their homeland. I can't let them wither away with no one to care for them. Whether Kyria gets to me first, or I'm sent back to Fontaine to stand trial, I won't be around to look after them. I know it's a lot to ask, but could I entrust them to your care?
Of course, Master.
Really? Oh, I'm glad to hear it. Now I truly have nothing to worry about.
Sheriff Sham still has some questions for me, so I've gotta go.
Go ahead. Best not to keep him waiting. He can be quite impatient.
I'm sorry, Master.
Another all-nighter. Paimon sure hopes Emilie's plan will go well.
Oh, was it Edgar that was doing it the whole time?
Kali still looks quite worried. Let's go talk to her.
God, this is seriously some Ace Attorney music.
Emilie still isn't back. I hope she didn't run into any trouble.
He's extremely meticulous.
Yeah, that's true.
Traveler, I had my men start spreading the information you requested. The crowd is gone now too, but I have to admit, I'm not really sure what's going on. After listening to Emilie's plan, I started getting the materials together and arranging personnel. I barely had a second to spare last night. To be honest, I'm still not sure how the crime was committed that night.
Pretty simple, actually.
The key clue was right in front of us the entire time.
Feel like you've been waiting to say that for a while.
Let's go. We'll show you where the culprit hid a goose. Wasn't this incense originally in Lucien's room? It must. Wasn't this incense originally? This is it!
In the glaze lily?
The glaze lily, huh? I think I've heard of it before. It's a flower from Liyue, right?
Well, did you know it only blooms at night?
Emilie, you're back!
How'd it go?
Exactly as expected.
A flower that only blooms at night. Ah, like the Neelitpala lotus.
Exactly. Although the Neelitpala lotus wouldn't be a good substitute in this scenario. When it's closed, the gaps between the petals are too large. That's why Kyria chose the glaze lily as his mechanism. He would start by preparing an Agoose sample.
There's a sticky substance on the edge of the flower petals. It's one I recognize. If you stick the petals together with slime condensate, then in the daytime, the glaze lily would act almost like a hidden container.
That's right! He applied a diluted form of slime condensate to the petals to stick them together, and enclosed a sample of Agoose in the center. That way, the Agoose would remain trapped inside during the daytime, unable to seep between the petals and evaporate into the air.
Okay.
This also allowed the culprit to plant the poison well in advance, while his targets remained oblivious. However, the diluted slime condensate wouldn't be viscous enough to prevent the petals of the glaze lily from opening at night. So by nightfall, the flower would bloom, thereby forcing the target to inhale the Agoose trapped inside.
And Kyria could execute his revenge without having to step foot inside the room during the night.
By the next morning, the sample of Agoose would have nearly fully evaporated. The glaze lily would have already closed its petals,
How
and
would that
any
have been enough
lingering
to
odor
kill
would be
them?
concealed by the fragrance of the other flowers in the room.
His mission would be accomplished.
Wait a second. You're telling me this version of Agoose is so toxic, inhaling the minute amount trapped inside a flower is enough to kill a grown man?
That's...
And how did Edgar even survive ingesting a whole bottle of the stuff?
That's because Agoose is just as dangerous now as it was all those years ago. The level of toxicity has never changed. Only a small subset of people are truly at risk.
Ah, you mean people who are sensitive to elemental energy. So it's just some sort of happy coincidence that Sylvain and Lucien are allergic to the stuff? That can't be right. They were involved in the operation all those years ago. If the stuff gave them a bad reaction, they would have known from the very start.
I wouldn't use the word allergic necessarily. It's more like they're susceptible to its effects. But that distinction isn't important right now. You can think of it this way. It's not that Sylvain and Lucien are innately sensitive to elemental energy, but that Kyria found a way to ensure that they would be.
How?
The incense I smelled earlier seemed familiar.
Oh, the spirit
Thinking
borneal.
back on it, I'm almost certain it was the scent of spirit borneal.
That's still... God damn, that's convoluted.
In Sumeru, scholars use spirit borneal to aid meditation and stimulate their connection to the Dendro Archon.
alchemically produced essential oils, the primordial seawater that caused unrest in Fontaine not too long ago. All of those are substances that can heighten your sensitivity to elemental energy.
Kyria chose Spirit Borneo.
That stuff gave us a lot of trouble when we first came to Sumeru.
Ah, yes. I definitely remember that.
In Sumeru, it's not uncommon to use incense indoors, so its presence wouldn't arouse suspicion. The flowers in the room could also serve to mask the scent.
Flowers were pretty important to this plan, huh? The glaze
Flowers
lily is
pretty
native to
important to this
Liwa. It would be completely
What
unnatural
is
to have one
always-
here in Sumeru if it weren't for the exhibition.
Patrick
What a
Warburton Light.
coincidence.
Actually, it's not a coincidence at all.
It's all a meticulously designed trap.
No wonder he
By
was willing to pay
Edgar.
a small fortune to rent out the hotel.
He probably used the Mora Yelena left him, don't you think? That money was supposed to set him free. But in the end, it was just a tool for his revenge.
There's a saying among forensic doctors in Fontaine. Every step you take leaves a mark. But up until this point, we haven't been able to detect any trace of Kyria's activities. That's not because he was coming and going undetected, or because he's some kind of evil spirit, but because he's been disguised as someone else this entire time.
Creating such an intricate mechanism out of a glaze lily, setting up the spirit Borneal in advance, and arranging for Sylvain and Lucien to stay at the hotel. It all points to one person, the expert in charge of the entire exhibition. Kyria and Edgar are one and the same.
But Kyria was only in his teens back then. He wouldn't even be 40 years old by now. Edgar's lived here for so many years. Even if he changed his appearance, going that long without giving anything away,
I agree with the
would be impossible.
unnecessariness of that whole.
Mr. Edgar was attacked.
Oh,
What?
was he?
A dark shadow-like figure just ran out of his room. It was giving off a really ominous aura. But before we could even react, the figure up and disappeared like some sort of ghost or something. By the time we got a look inside the room, Mr. Edgar was gone. Do you think Kyria kidnapped him?
I need you to think very carefully about this. Are you certain that figure wasn't Edgar himself?
I mean, Mr. Edgar was so frail. I don't see how he could have moved that fast.
It would seem Master decided to tap into an ill-advised source of power.
What? But that's so dangerous with the condition he's in. It's...
Suicide.
But why? Why would he do that? He's already accomplished his revenge.
No. If his aim was to target everyone who had a hand in Yelena's death,
If he left Sylvain alive yesterday, not out of a desire to see him suffer, but to confirm the truth about why Yelena chose to die,
then there's still one target left.
Oh, what are we running
The
after
shadow-like
him?
figure ran in the direction of the elevator, and my partner immediately chased after them.
We should hurry before they're forced to confront each other.
Wait. Gotta add Kali to the team.
everything's ready. Let's go!
Burning time. Oh, son of a bitch.
Where in the world did he go? Let's ask the merchants nearby.
A ghost! It's a ghost!
It's all right. Please, calm down and take a deep breath. Can you tell us what you saw?
Yeah, her doll is based off of the doll that
I
Amber
saw
has.
a
In
black
fact, it's even
shadow.
named after her.
It ran right
because
past me.
Amber's her life hero.
How could something like that happen in broad daylight?
This is terrifying.
No! Don't come any closer!
What is he using a delusion? No.
If we go any further, we'll be out of Port Ormos. There'll be hardly any witnesses.
Well, that
It's all right.
is not something...
I can detect a faint whiff of the scent from here. I would say he passed by this location not too long ago.
Maybe keep going?
It's this way. Please, follow me.
Apparently, it's very tiring to float quickly.
The scent is getting stronger. This...
Burning squad.
Oh! O's! Are you all right? Were you attacked?
No, I'm all right. I was just chasing after that figure, and then all of a sudden, I didn't feel so hot.
Let me take a look.
The air definitely feels heavy. It smells nice, but for some reason, it's hard to breathe.
This feeling, I've encountered it before.
Everything looks all right. It was probably just the stress of the chase, combined with the impact of the environment. A bit of rest would do you some good.
I can't rest.
Finally, no more
Mr.
Paimon.
Edgar is still in there. He taught my sister how to make perfume. He's a good man. I can't just abandon him to die by Curia's hand.
O's, you need to calm down and listen to me. Edgar is the one we're after. He and Kyria are the same person.
But how is that possible? I thought you said Kyria was in his 30s. Mr. Edgar is 70-something. Changing your appearance to look decades older, that doesn't seem possible.
That's precisely why he had to resort to extraordinary measures to age himself.
Delusion.
Kyria used a delusion to bring back the Auguste flower, corroding his body in the process, just like his older sister.
No. He couldn't have. Mr. Edgar has been in Port Ormos for years. If someone started impersonating him all of a sudden, we would have noticed.
And what if the impersonation started before he ever set foot in Sumeru? I've yet to confirm it, but I suspect Kyria killed the real Edgar in Fontaine not long after his release from prison.
You know, considering
While
that's
Edgar was incarcerated, Kyria
her
started
master,
making
she's talking about it
preparations to
very
replace him,
nonchalantly.
including forcefully aging his body, studying perfumery, and planning the real Edgar's demise. The new Edgar then decided to relocate to Sumeru, seemingly out of an innocuous desire to let go of the past. He even left perfume making in favor of mentoring students. But these decisions were all for a specific purpose: the need to distance himself from anyone who might see through the facade. And Sumeru fit the bill to a T, with no one around to question his identity. All he had to do was grow a beard, don a pair of glasses, make a few minor alterations to his appearance, and everyone would believe he was exactly who he claimed: Edgar, a perfumer from Fontaine. As the years went by, he removed his disguise little by little and continued to refine his skills. It would have been a
convoluted
gradual
murder
process,
plot I think I've
one that
ever
ensured
heard.
No one around him would notice anything unusual.
That explains why Sylvain said he barely recognized Edgar back at the hotel. He aged himself decades beyond his years just so he could accomplish his revenge. Is that even worth it?
I need to find
His quest
Mr.
was
Edgar.
good.
He's not that kind of person. He can't be.
What you really need is to get out of here and rest.
No.
The end was deliciously
I
dark.
can keep going.
Wait! This environment is likely
Like,
being
man, that
influenced
dude
by
got
the
fucked
delusion.
over. Holy
Any
shit.
discomfort, no matter how slight, should not be treated lightly. I know how to relieve your symptoms, Mr. Ooze. Please come with me and rest. I'm sure Kyria... No, Edgar wouldn't want any more innocent people implicated in all this.
Kale's right. The Traveler and I will take things from here. From our brief exposure to a goose, it would seem the substance has little effect on us. This leads me to believe those blessed with a vision or capable of wielding elemental power are more resistant to the effects of abnormal elemental energy. In other words, this environment doesn't pose
I was
as
hoping
much
I'd
of a
be
risk
asleep
to
by
us.
now,
Actually,
but I also
now
didn't
that I
expect
think about it,
Sigewinne's
this
quest to be way too
stronghold
long,
likely has
and this
multiple
quest to
points
be
of entry.
most...
If the target
like,
were to
Jesus
escape from a
Christ.
different point of entry, that might allow him
Yeah,
to evade capture. I hate to trouble you, but we need people to survey the perimeter.
Folded 2 meters into the fucking cave.
Thanks.
Yeah, can we go now?
Hear that?
Jesus Christ.
We're heading out. There's work to be done. Ooze, head back to Port Ormos and start gathering reinforcements.
Got it.
Traveler, Emilie, Paimon, please be careful. For someone whose only purpose in life is revenge, there's no telling what they'll do when there's no reason to move forward.
Now, you might have been
Don't
wondering why
worry.
she's the one who
This
keeps
isn't the
talking
end.
about this sort
Not
of
for
stuff. It's
us
because
or
she
for
hasn't
Kyria.
passed.
We're not going to let a goose kill anyone else. It's time for the mythos to fade into obscurity.
Alright, but Kale, you're coming with me, actually, so fuck them. This.
Monsters. Perhaps they were attracted here by the increased level of elemental energy.
That's... Say?
I've never seen these seeds before.
What?
They must also have been created with the power of a delusion. It seems to be avoiding us, and there's no other way forward. Perhaps we could try luring it to the edge of the cliff.
Yeah, I know already.
Whoa, look at all the Auguste flowers! There are so many of them.
Yeah, just
I
delusion.
can't believe a single person did all this. Must have taken a lot of time.
I fear that statement is truer than you know, Paimon. Using a delusion comes at a cost. Not just time, but the time you have left to live.
But why would Kyria need this many Auguste flowers? He only needed a few bottles of Auguste to carry out his plan, right?
Perhaps hatred wasn't the only emotion fueling his obsession with a goose.
Well, what do you mean? He associates it with his sister.
Not long ago, he told me he didn't want all the flowers transported to Sumeru to wither away in a foreign land. But Kyria betrayed Snezhnaya, abandoned Fontaine, and lived his entire life in Sumeru under the guise of someone else. For someone with nowhere to call home, perhaps dying among a bed of Auguste flowers just like his sister is the best homecoming he could ask for.
Oh no, that was a waste of time. Great. Be a world power. Yeah, it's
Let's get it on! Practice on this
somewhere.
Neutralize! Yeah! A little ambiance.
Why?
A plant that destroys seeds.
Oh, God.
Huh. Quite the ecological marvel.
Damn it.
Let's head back to the place where the seeds first appeared.
I get rid of this. Can I get rid of this? Oh, just avoid it. Mother. This was a mistake. Whoever thought of this, you made a mistake. This was a horrendous decision. Oh my God. It's a fucking idiot. That's what's up with it. There's no will to live. Fine.
The scent of flowers is getting stronger. We're almost at the end. The scent of flowers is getting stronger. We're almost at the end.
Did they catch up that fast?
You're an old ass man now.
No, my strength is just waning. But it doesn't matter. This is far enough.
This is a garden of Auguste flowers. But it's not mine. It's the one that was set on fire all those years ago in Fontaine. Yelena? Yelena! You tried to hide it from me, but I always understood. The reason why you continued to use the delusion, the reason why you set your garden on fire, it was all because of me. I shouldn't have listened to you that day. I shouldn't have taken the Mora and ran. But by the time I realized something wasn't right, there was nothing left. The flowers were gone. And so were you. I know I'm almost 20 years too late. I should have come looking for you earlier. I should have died with you that day. Yelena? Yelena! No! Don't leave me! Please! Yelena!
Is that a hallucination? After he took the perfume?
Emilie? I'm alive. No, that's not possible. I saw
She's
her.
rude.
Yelena, we were together.
Pushed him and smiled.
That was an illusion, likely brought about by the residual toxin in your body coupled with the pollen in the air, neither of which are fatal.
No, the amount of August I drank, it should have been enough.
I'm sorry to say this, but that was a fake.
A fake? But how?
We started making the preparations last night with one goal in mind: to create a perfect accord. The accord is the basis of perfume making,
the product in its most primitive form. Ambergris mixed with cedarwood, rounded out with a base note of agarwood.
This is the scent of leather?
Exactly. We're unable to extract essential oils from leather, but by combining other raw materials, we can recreate its essence. That is the purpose of an accord.
Does that mean you can recreate
I had no idea that's what that word meant.
whole world?
We have an accord.
I'm afraid
That,
not.
like,
certain
the original
fragrances
base meaning
in
is
this
this?
world are simply one of a kind. That quality is what draws people in and fuels their obsessions.
If I wear a goose to the ball, I'll also be one of a kind.
Our competitor already got their hands on it. Perfume all the way.
It doesn't matter how much it costs. I have to buy something better.
This fragrance will be one of a kind, no more.
That language is so fascinating.
Myths can be deconstructed, miracles can be recreated. All it takes is skill, experience, limitless exploration, and a little patience.
Well, they're trying to teach us like chemistry and shit. But all I can think about is how a core
The only thing left
evolved.
is determining where the real Auguste is hidden. Pretending to be attacked means he's not free to move around. Auguste must be hidden within reach.
Paimon took a peek through the window earlier and his house was packed with flowers.
The curator commissioned a flower pot from Kasharawar, capable of retaining heat and moisture.
Perfumes are as beautiful as flowers, and equally as delicate. When stored, you must take care to control the temperature and keep them away from direct sunlight. Did you get all that, Emilie?
I got it.
Did you hear? Someone was attacked again last night.
So, Sylvain is dead. Is that right?
Yes, Master.
So, you switched the bottles of Auguste, and then lied to me about Sylvain's death.
Convincing you that your revenge had been completed
Oh,
was
did
the
Sylvain not
easiest
actually
way to
die?
get you to let down your guard.
Impossible. Even if you found a way to switch out the bottles, there's no way you could have made an accord. If Auguste was so easy to replicate, Yelena wouldn't have.
It was a combination of rainbow roses, glaze lilies, and Cecilias. Those ingredients would have conflicted with each other if you tried to combine them in the past. But recently, we found a way for them to work together.
Rainbow roses, glaze lilies, and Cecilias.
Auguste was created over 10 years ago. All this time, people never stopped analyzing it, never stopped trying to recreate it. Perfumery techniques are advancing day by day. We've found better ways to extract essential oils, separate oils and fats. We even discovered new ways to combine fragrances together. The mythos surrounding Auguste may have been untouchable almost 20 years ago, but now it's time for it to become a thing of the past.
The past?
You've been working as a perfumer for all these years. You should have always known that it is possible to make an accord, even if only in theory. But the meaning you assigned to Auguste became so inflated, you allowed yourself to get lost in it, just like the perfume mania that captivated the public all those years ago. You believed in its divinity and grandeur. You believed it was entirely one of a kind.
Did we really need to throw that on top of the already ridiculously convoluted story? How did he not know? Oh, because he divinitized the fucking perfume in his mind, so it couldn't possibly have been recreated. That's so flimsy. In the process, she forgot that it was a bottle of perfume, nothing more.
Your obsession with Auguste is also what allowed us to predict how you intended your plan to end, and to make preparations in advance.
We just didn't expect it to happen so fast.
That you would activate the delusion.
Well, you hit the nail on the head now, didn't you? So, Sigewinne isn't dead. Since you've been preparing
we let
your
him die,
chord
'cause
since
fuck
last night, I assume you've also figured out my method, then. That means the news of Sigewinne's death, the crowd gathered outside the hotel this morning, it was all an act you put on with the sheriff?
Yes. If we hadn't, you might have resorted to the delusion out of desperation, or continued to use your Spirit Borneal and Auguste combination to wreak havoc.
Who knows? Maybe I would have just offed myself then and there.
Damn.
I know if you had things your way, you would carry the truth of Edgar's demise and the secrets of this garden to the grave, but I'm sorry, Master. I don't want to see any more death. Sigewinne only inhaled a small amount of poison. He's being detained as we speak. All the crimes he concealed back then will be exposed in a court of law for everyone to see, and all his secrets will be revealed. The same goes for you as well.
Is that so? Well, I suppose I'll be spending the rest of my days in a prison cell then.
He should still
Well,
be
he accepted that kind
dying
of fast.
soon because of the delusion.
I don't feel the need to justify my actions, nor do I intend to repent for them. I did what I set out to do. I may have lost in the end, but it was my choice every step of the way. And if I could do it all over again... But there's no going back, is there?
Careful, everyone. This environment is dangerous. I'll lead the way.
Stick close and hurry up. We can't let Edgar die.
Looks like I'm almost out of time. Although, I do have one final question, Emilie.
Of course, Master.
The combination you used to make your accord. How did you figure it out?
The scent of Auguste is complex and varied, yet the main ingredient consists of a single variety of flower. So, as I was analyzing the sample yesterday, I got to thinking, what if the scent of the Auguste flower was already imbued with that complexity during its cultivation?
You're saying
I'm lost.
Yelena designed Auguste to have the scent of multiple flowers.
Rainbow roses, glaze lilies, Cecilias. The perfumers of the past knew that if you combine their essential oils directly, they would just cancel each other out. It was a conundrum they could never solve. But if you cultivate a new flower species that intrinsically carries the unique features of those three scents, you can bypass that issue entirely. It goes without saying that for that time, this idea was a stroke of genius.
Rainbow roses, glaze lilies, and Cecilias. Those really do
seem like flowers you would choose, Yelena.
I guess they're saying that if you grow it as a single flower, as opposed to simply combining all of them together, like the flowers all together, that during its actual cultivation, it would fuse and what I'm thinking of. Not evolve, but like it would just grow into its own thing. I don't disagree. That's all weird.
Did you know? Miss Emilie's releasing a new perfume. Right. I heard about that. I think it's called Yelena.
Oh, that's nice.
Seems like everyone in Fontaine
God, I
is
want
talking
some
about
of
the
that
new
fucking
perfume
cake.
you're releasing.
I was hoping to release it without such a fuss, but the news spread way faster than I expected. I just hope it won't become the source of some new myth, especially after all the work we did to demystify a Ghost.
You used the accord from back in Sumeru?
I did, although I made a few modifications to the formula to make the scent more pleasant and long-lasting. I actually brought a few samples with me today. I hope they're to your liking.
God damn, that bottle's
Also,
awesome.
I was hoping you could try out the fragrance before I officially release it and tell me your thoughts.
Of course! A good sense of taste and sense of smell go hand in hand, you know? Just leave it to Paimon! Oh,
Would
it
that
smells
actually happen?
great.
Because I'll start wearing that fucking perfume if that's what happens every time I took the top out of the bottle. Not sure that's the kind of feedback she had in mind.
It's alright. All feedback is worth considering.
Fucking simpleton.
Besides, when it comes to perfume, commenting on whether it smells good is the most straightforward assessment you can ask for. There doesn't always have to be a deeper meaning.
Yeah, I agree with that. Have to be, yes, it has the aroma of tulips being cultivated during early July, the morning, and also undertones of tobacco that was smoked right outside of its peripheral while being cultivated. Like, fuck, what is that? Was it LaCroix? That's the old joke about LaCroix. Like, lime LaCroix is actually like, the taste is like if you smelled a lime like 16 feet away from you. That's what LaCroix tastes like. I'm dead. Speaking of deeper meanings, curious final question.
Right! Do those flowers have some special meaning? Hearing their names seemed to have an effect on him.
If I had to guess, I'd say it probably has something to do with the language of flowers.
The language of flowers? Oh, we've heard of that before! Paimon remembers hearing something like, the Cecilia represents the true feelings of the prodigal son?
What each flower is said to represent
Nostalgia
varies by person and across different moments in history.
I don't want a
The
nostalgia
same is
flavor.
true for
Give me the
flowers
fucking
that make up
flavor.
the scent
I
of the
agree.
Ghost. After
Well, I
returning
can't
to
do LaCroix.
Fontaine, I did some research, and it turns out the meanings of those three flowers can be reassembled to form a single phrase. Forget the past and keep on living. Perhaps that's the legacy Yelena always intended, not the nobility and grandeur most people associate with the Ghost.
Or maybe that's what she hoped for her brother.
Do you think Kiria knew about that?
He made it seem like he didn't know.
I paid him a visit before his trial and explained what I found, but he didn't seem to care. Who knows? Maybe she didn't mean anything by it at all. That was his response.
What an asshole.
Yelena is gone. We'll never know what she was thinking. We can look for meaning all we want, but it'll never be anything but conjecture. Even if that is what she was trying to say, I would never be able to forget her. Avenging her death? That was the meaning I chose for my life. Kiria cultivated his revenge like a flower. He was committed to making it bloom, even if in the end, it didn't bear the fruit he was hoping for.
What, I'm just gonna say his name? What does that add? Nothing. This adds nothing. Kiria.
In any case, he did want me to pass along his thanks. Thank you for saving my life. For giving me the chance to learn that a goose could have carried a very different meaning. Love and hatred are a privilege
He
of
did
the
kill
living.
one person. He did inflict the pain of losing a sibling.
When someone dies, their thoughts, feelings, and intentions die with them. In that sense, what a goose truly represents in the language of flowers will forever remain a mystery. But even if it's only a conjecture, I would like to believe my own interpretation. The meaning we give to flowers, the symbolism we assign to our perfumes, they're constantly twisted and exploited in our imperfect world. And yet, at the very outset, they're born from the simplest and most beautiful desires we hold in our heart.
Okay, but can I get back to the cake now? I think I'm gonna get back to the cake. Oh, I got a sample? Okay. Alright, I'm going to fucking bed. No stream tomorrow or tonight. Maybe the next day. Because I gotta get my stream stamina back up. But yeah, thanks for hanging, everybody. I appreciate y'all. Next stream, it's not gonna be a Genshin stream. We'll probably go back to Persona. That's what makes the most sense. So anticipate that being the next stream. All right. Sounds good. Well, I appreciate you guys. Thanks for coming and chatting. Miss doing that with you guys. No bed bugs at all. No bite.